All right, everybody, we are here for Justice of Process here, and we are here with the PM edition of the Hannah Gutierrez trial. So it's not yet on. I just happened to be back at my house, so I thought, you know what, I'll start this out on time. Um, so it's supposed to restart at 1 o'clock, but and it's going to be resuming, I believe, with the cross examination of Seth Kenny. So far. Um, Been an interesting day. I think Seth Kenny's testimony is interesting. I think we'll see what the defense continues to do with it. As some of you may have known, I did put an announcement out. Like I said, I haven't been doing, we haven't done Justice Watch Live in a while. So I thought I'd come on and talk just briefly to give an update. So, unfortunately, Thursday morning, in fact, I was on here doing my introduction when I got the phone call, and then everything kind of spun out. Uh, from there, got the phone call that it had to go over to my dad's house, and everything went from there. But so obviously, got a lot of things I'm working on his behalf and trying to square away. So um, hopefully, maybe this evening or maybe tomorrow, I hope to go live again with Justice Watch Live. So that is a goal I have to get back with that. Obviously, we only got 3 episodes out. But I want to continue with that. I also have um, uh, another edition that I want to definitely get out before the 11th of March when um, Tyrone Tucker goes before for his status hearing. I want to get out a video on his gag order, so I'm working on that. I'm going to be trying to get back to work on finishing that out. Going over all the ins and outs of that I think are important, and I want out in the public. I hope for the public to better understand, just in case the state continues to pursue a gag order in a case. But with that said, guys, we're going to jump in. Like I said, it appears they're still not back. Court's supposed to resume. There's another trial as well that's starting down in Tennessee that we're going to be covering. So I'm going to try to figure that out. Opening statements are supposed to start this afternoon on that one. Because this case, based on what the judge said, they believe this case will be to the jury by Thursday at the absolute latest. So it'll be a good opportunity to roll right into that trial. It's another disturbing case that has to do with a 5-year-old that was shot by her mother. So it'll be an interesting case to cover. But we will be doing some dual coverage of that, trying to get that in as best as possible. We're going to continue the daily live coverage of this case because that's the one we're on, and then we will pick that case up, um, maybe in the evenings and have to run that back at double time speed or 1.5 times speed. But it's an interesting case. I'm going to come in with more details. I'm looking into all the background of it, so I have some things to talk about when we get to the beginning of that, and then that'll be something we'll be watching as we await for this jury to deliberate and come back with a verdict in this case. Anyways, with that said, I apologize for the dog barking. With that said, I will. We're going to jump into the courtroom and await for the trial to begin.
Please continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Kinney, before lunch we talked about that you had approximately 125 live rounds from the 1883 set that came back. Is that correct?
That's great. That's correct.
And you also testified that the state took 10 rounds, 10 live rounds total from your place, correct?
I don't recall that. No, from the 45 Colt ammunition, they took all of them.
And we've seen the pictures, there was 10 total on what was shown today. Do you recall that testimony?
10 live?
Yes.
Maybe we need to approach
Okay.
to sort this out.
Mr. Kinney, do you have reloading equipment?
I don't.
What?
I don't.
Do you recall on the interview on July 11th, 2023, I asked you if you had any reloading equipment and you said, I do?
Possibly in California. Possibly.
Okay. Does that mean you do have reloading equipment?
Well, PDQ doesn't have reloading equipment, and we don't reload.
Okay, sir, but do you recall when I asked you, now, do you have any reloading equipment? Your answer was, I do.
Personally, in California, there may be. I haven't seen it in years.
Okay, and you know how to convert a dummy round from into a live round, don't you?
Hypothetically.
Yeah, because hypothetically, don't you recall telling Detective Hancock that if the camera crew, and let me just get the wording so I don't misquote it. If the camera crew wanted to send a little going away present, and then you described the process. Do you recall that?
No, I don't recall it.
If I showed this to you, would it refresh your memory?
Sure.
Okay. It's going to be on this page and then the following page.
Okay. How far do you want me to read down?
Just the highlighted portions.
Okay.
Mr. Mills, is that the July 11 transcript?
That is the November with Detective Hancock. Yes, sir, does that refresh your memory?
It does.
So now do you recall having a conversation with Detective Hancock about how one could turn a dummy into a live round?
Yes, yes.
And can you tell Jerry, how would you do that?
Well, the easiest thing would be to have reloading equipment press out the inert primer. If we imagine a dummy round where the bullet is actually pressed into the case, and you had an inert primer, you'd need a fairly complicated setup of reloading equipment. You need either a kinetic bullet puller to remove the bullet from the case. If you used a set of pliers, it would mangle the bullet and prevent seating afterwards in a die if you had reloading equipment. So you'd have to somehow remove the bullet from the case, We're assuming there's a BB or a number 2 lead shot rattle that would have to be removed. You'd have to have a decapper to press out the inner primer, and then you could use the same bullet, assuming it wasn't mangled, and you'd have to have a live primer and a charge of powder, and then be able to have the appropriate dye and seed it to the appropriate depth, as well as putting in, again, the fresh primer, the primer installer.
Okay, and then you'd have to get the proper amount of grains of powder in there as well?
Yes.
Okay. And what would that generally be?
Well, historically, I think in the pre-1900 era, it would be roughly 28 grains of powder from memory, if that's correct. And then it depends on the powder as well, all the way up to the case capacity, which means essentially you fill it up all the way and maybe even press the bullet into the case so it's compacting the powder.
Okay. Now, I want to go over something you said before lunch on the leathers. You said that these were mailed back from the Old Way movie by Hannah to yourself, and that you provided these to her, correct?
Yeah, they were shipped back via FedEx.
And they were shipped in a box from the Old Way, and then you never removed them from the box, correct?
That's correct.
So, but then, would you agree with me then that those leathers were then used on the Rust side?
I don't know that. All I know is that box, and I'm unaware of the quantity in there. I did take a photo at the time. I don't know how many were in there and whether or not they used them.
Okay, so you opened it up and you looked in it.
Yes, I opened it up. I took a picture.
Okay. With regard to the prop truck search, we didn't talk about that yet. When you went to the set on October 27th, you already had the code to the safe, correct?
Yes.
And Sarah had given that to you?
Yeah, she sent it to me by text.
And Sarah was technically your employee of PDQ Props, correct?
Sure, she was the representative of PDQ for the Rust production.
And she's the one that called you right after the shooting incident. You all talked for 30 seconds to a minute. Is that right?
It was a very quick conversation, yes.
And your testimony under oath is that you did not tell her to throw any of those rounds away.
Oh, absolutely not.
Okay. But then she did throw them away.
I learned about that months later.
Okay. And did you know that guns had been transported from the cart? Did you?
No.
Did you tell her to do that?
No.
Okay. Did you train Sarah before she worked on Rust?
I did.
And you trained her in what? In gun safety or what?
Yeah, the basics of using blank adapted guns and blanks and dummy rounds on a set.
And I take it you never trained her to throw away dummy rounds after a scene.
Oh. Well, I don't recall that conversation or even indicating at what point you would want to throw away dummy rounds.
Because they're rented, right?
They are rented. Yep.
Okay. Now, you also gave Hannah shells on the Old Way movie, spent shells. Do you recall that?
Spent shells? No.
You didn't provide her 2 bags of spent shells?
No.
You knew that Joe Swanson loaded Trail Boss type powder. That's one of the powder he uses, correct?
Sometime after a meeting with Detective Hancock, trying to trace down the origin of the live rounds found on Rust, that was part of the questioning that I did call him and say, do you recall?
And don't get into what he said.
Okay.
But your impression after it was that your understanding is he loads Trail Boss powder.
Yes.
Okay. You also remember telling Detective Hancock after you called Troy Teskey that he was willing to provide a box and a half of reloads, the same batch from Joe Swanson?
I remember that conversation. I don't remember the quantity of which he was willing to provide.
Okay, so in any event, whatever the quantity was, you knew that Troy Teskey had rounds from the same batch of live reloads from Joe Swanson.
That's what I understood.
And you understood that he was willing to provide those, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I want to show you, sir, some of the pictures that have been introduced, and I want to go over these with you. First one, Mr. Kinney, is defendant's L18, and I want to show you this photo. Can you tell the jury what this depicts?
It depicts a shelf at PDQ's office in Albuquerque with a blank supply.
Okay, now I want you to look at the box at the top. It says, let me see if I can zoom in, 30 Mauser. See that?
Yes.
Does that appear, the font, similar to the font on the box that we saw earlier? It was in Lieutenant Benavides' vehicle in the set of rust?
Well, I recognize that as a Joe Swanson label.
And you have Joe Swanson labels then in your business, correct?
Yes.
Now, the other thing that I've noticed on some of these photos, and I'll show you, but that some of them have JS, some of them don't. Is that a fair statement?
I noticed the JS. I don't notice when it's omitted.
How do you get those labels? Do you make those labels?
No, that's all a Joe Swanson manufacturer and supply.
Okay. I want to show you defendant's L15, and that's, we've seen this earlier on a different angle. This is more of a close-up. What are the boxes to the right of the shelf?
There are, well, I know that shelf fairly well. There's a mixture of, on top, we've seen a collection of what appear to be 12 gauge blanks.
Okay, and then how about the boxes underneath? And I'm going to point to these boxes in here.
Yeah, more blanks stored in bulk.
Just stored together in bulk?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Kinney, how about these loose rounds in the bag up here by the firearms? You see those? Not loose, they're in a baggie, are they?
Yeah, again, stored in bulk. From memory, I think they're 500 per bag, approximately.
What type of rounds are those?
They look to be .223.
Are you certain?
No.
Okay. And how about defendant's L2? What is this scene? Oh, jeez, sorry. What is this scene here? Defendant's L2.
That's in the backyard
And what are
of PDQ's headquarters, or PDQ's space in Albuquerque.
What are all the boxes there for?
They're just waiting to be thrown out.
Okay. And you know how long they've been sitting there before they were thrown out?
Well, in that pile is one of the boxes is from the shipment of the new guns from Pieta. So some of it very recent.
From Pieta before the movie?
From before the movie, correct.
Okay, so that would have been in October, early October, when you got that Pieta. So this was late November.
Yeah, so they've been there roughly a month.
Month and a half. Okay. How about defendant's L5? Can you tell the jury what this is? Is that?
It's the same view, the same stack of boxes looking to the side gate exit entry.
Okay. Sir, how about defendant's L6? Can you tell the jury what's in that picture?
Yeah, there's a lot of empty gun cases. Some of them are populated with guns and other props. Underneath, there's a bunch of locked cabinets with firearms and other various props inbound. and outbound.
Okay, so some of these are live or real weapons?
Yeah, primarily these are going to be live. I'm going to say 90%. There's also the possibility that there are other things in there that are inert or replicas.
Okay. Okay, let me show you Defendant's L10 now. And can you describe what room is this in PDQ?
That would be the coffee room.
Okay. And that's the coffee room. Now, is there any ammunition stored in the coffee room?
No.
Okay. I want to show you now L32. If you tell the jury what this picture is.
That is the bathroom with blanks, and what appears to be at the very bottom is indicated live ammo of the gray bins.
And so you've got live ammo, and then on top of that, do you have blanks or dummies?
Those are all blanks.
Okay. So you've got them, and they're not in the same container in this picture, but you've got them all stacked up on each other, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And is that something that you would commonly do, is store this live ammo in the bathroom?
No, not commonly. It was just short on time and offloading the Sprinter, and got to put it somewhere quick and get back to Texas or California or whatever it might be.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Kinney, then I want to show you if you recognize Defendant's L35. That's a box that says 45LC. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
That is a box that that I populated with Thale Reed's 1883 Cowboy Training Camp live ammo.
Okay, now on that particular box itself, it's not marked live, is it?
No.
Okay. And so the rounds around it and in the box, do you know if these loose rounds are live?
I would assume that they are live.
Okay. Do you recall what Defendant's L40 is?
No, the Thale Reed's green ammo box.
Okay. And that was found in PDQ props.
Correct.
Yes, sir. Then I want to show you earlier, this is Defendant's L43. Earlier you talked about this photo. You remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and I think you said that this was the dummies you had provided, correct?
Yeah, before polishing and populating in the white box provided to Sarah Zachary. Yes.
Okay. Now, as you look at this photo, this round up here, isn't that a blank?
Yeah, that's a spent blank.
And then how about this round right here, right where I'm pointing here?
That's another spent blank.
Okay. So this was not all dummies. This also had spent blanks in it.
Correct.
Okay. Now the sheriffs did not seize this. They did not seize these at the time of the search. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. I want to show you Defendant's D. And if you tell the jury what this is?
That's a maintenance bench.
A bench to do what?
Maintenance of firearms.
Okay. So this is where you maintain the firearms?
Yeah, there's gloves there, and have some cleaning products. That would be one of them, yes.
What are these rounds down here? They look like shotgun shells, but what are these?
From memory, that was a project on a previous film.
Okay, and then you have rounds in the back here. Do you know what those are?
I can't see.
It's hard to see.
Okay, dummy. I see dummy blanks. Shall I circle it?
Yeah, thank you. Okay.
Right there. Yep. It says 45 ACP dummy blanks.
Now, when you say dummy blanks, is that another type of round, or are there dummies and blanks?
Instead of chambering a dummy round, it's better to chamber a dummy blank in inert one-piece extrusion, and it's a safer way of doing it. If we have call at some point in the action where somebody needs to chamber a round that is inert, Dummy rounds are problematic in semi-automatic and automatic firearms, and if upon repeated chambering, the components can come loose. So Joe Swanson came up with this invention, which is a dummy blank.
Dummy blank, okay. And what is these tools in the back, the yellow and green?
One is an Allen wrench set. The green one is a Torx set.
And what do you use those for?
Again, it would just be, actually, the yellow handled ones are used commonly to attenuate the flash of semi-automatic and fully automatic weapons.
Defendant's BB, what is that equipment or device right here?
Those are a pair of vices, small vices.
Is that your gun maintenance table as well?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, defendant's S, is this, you recognize that?
I do.
And is this your box as well?
It is.
Are those live rounds?
Yes. Well, the box, I remember writing 45 long Colt and thinking, this is odd not to write dummy or blanks or specify what it is. It's 45 long Colt because it's 45 long Colt live. And I don't need to write live, it's just live.
45 long Colt, okay.
Yeah.
And defendant's V, can you tell the jury what that is?
Those are Joe Swanson blanks.
Okay. Defendant's AA, again, we have those Mauser boxes at the top of that font, and that's a Joe Swanson font, is that right?
Those are definitely Joe Swanson boxes and fonts
Okay.
that I commonly see from him.
Okay. This is defendant's Y, and again, let me show you the overall picture. But you see that?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell the jury what that is?
That's that same wooden shelf holding blank rounds.
Okay, and again, we have at the top these 300 blackout. Is that the Joe Swanson font?
It is.
Okay. And you see some of these boxes, they got the JS, like on the 9mm.
I see that. Yes.
Okay. And that's what I was noticing before, but you said there are some of them and some of them.
I commonly, I notice, bless you, I see the JS, but if it's omitted, it's not, it's just not something I notice.
Okay, and I want to show you defendant's X now. What is this picture?
That's that same wooden shelf.
Okay. And defendant's W. Can you tell us what that is?
Yeah, that's the top of the black bookshelf that's adjacent to the wooden cabinet.
Okay, defendant's Z. Can you tell us what that is?
Same wooden shelf.
Okay. What are the rounds on the right in this bin here?
Those are small bags of 25, more than likely it's 25 ACP and 32 ACP bags of blanks.
Okay. Defendant's U, again, these tools.
It's the same Allen wrench set and Torx wrench on top of the maintenance table.
Okay, defendant CC. You see that?
I do.
And this box over here, is that a Joe Swanson?
It is.
Okay. And these spent shells, what are those? What caliber?
I can't tell from this photo.
Okay. Do you know what these spent shells were doing here?
I don't recall.
Those are the kind of thing that can be reloaded, correct?
Yeah, unless a case is torn or it's become brittle and started to fracture, you can reload it.
This is defendant's T, and that's, is this the live ammo from 1883, that box?
It is.
Okay. I want to show you defendants N27, and I'm going to show you that upright, but then I'm going to turn it around. Is that your writing on the blue box?
It is.
Okay. And defendants N29, is that same box?
It is. It's one side or the other. Because, yeah, both have a label just like that.
Okay.
Both ends.
Okay. Now, a couple more questions on the prop truck that I forgot to ask you. When you were going there, do you recall telling Sarah to put a piece of tape over the safe?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the purpose of that?
Well, I wanted to make sure that nobody got into the safe before the law enforcement showed up.
One last series of questions on the disagreement that Hannah and Sarah had, you were talking about earlier, and that was over the negligent discharge, or accidental discharge you called it?
Accidental discharge, yes.
Okay, sir, do you recall telling Hannah that Sarah was her boss and not to push it?
Yes.
And you were basically telling her to back off, reporting anything? Shoot, I'm sorry, jeez. Sorry, Judge. Siri picked up this thing. Do you recall telling Hannah something like to back off because she wanted to report to production?
It wasn't that she wanted to report it to production because Sarah had already reported it herself. That was the issue.
Okay. But in any event, you told her that she should just move on.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, Your Honor, may I have just one moment? Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
Redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Kenny, is it your testimony that the .45 caliber live rounds at PDQ were reloads?
To my knowledge, yes.
And did any of those live rounds that were taken from PDQ have the same projectile shape as the projectile on the live rounds from the set of Rust?
No.
You spoke to Mr. Bowles. You indicated that you had, of the live rounds that you took to the set of 1883, there were three projectile types. Is that correct?
It is.
Did all three of those types come back to PDQ?
Once we were I'm unaware because once we were done with the cowboy training camp, I never went into that box again, or even the smaller white boxes, into the gray bin or the smaller white boxes. So I didn't take an inventory after we were done.
And the gray bin that you had marked live ammo, was all of the live ammo that you had at PDQ inside that bin?
Yes. What? Excuse me. All the live ammo from 1883 was in that gray bin. There was self-defense rounds elsewhere within PDQ that were live. Not
And-
45 long Colt though.
That's what I was going to ask. What caliber was your self-defense rounds?
357, 38 special, and 300 blackout.
Okay. Approximately how many firearms does PDQ own?
Hundreds?
Do you keep all of them at the Albuquerque location?
No,
Do you have another location?
I do.
Where's that?
It's in Lake Havasu City, Arizona.
You were asked a series of questions about primed cases. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
What is exactly a primed case?
The prime case is a case, could be a shotgun shell with just a primer, but we differentiate a prime case from a blank in that there's no additional charge of gunpowder to make a report, a noise, a bang, or a puff of smoke. And so it's a good training tool. It's a loud cap gun when it goes off. It helps initiate action on a set where there needs to be choreography of movement. And if you add talcum powder, it provides a bit of puff to it.
So a primed case is just simply an empty brass, I'm going to suggest brass, I know it doesn't have to be brass, shell casing with a live primer. Is that right?
That's correct.
But it has no gunpowder.
No gunpowder.
And it has no projectile.
Definitely not. That would be a live round.
Can a primed case kill someone?
It can lead. Yes, it can. In a number of different ways.
How would that happen?
Well, in the Brandon Lee situation, a prime case initiation of the primer was enough to deliver the bullet, the projectile, into the barrel, causing what's called a squib load. And in that instance, what happened is the prop crew was unaware of what had happened. They emptied what were supposed to be dummy rounds, and they were not, because the live primer thus makes them something other than. And it's.
But let me ask you this. In order for a primed case to hurt someone in the manner that you're describing, such as the incident with Brandon Lee, there has to be a projectile somewhere, right?
Yes.
And in that case, there was a projectile lodged in the barrel of the gun.
Correct.
Okay. But the primed case itself, just the empty casing and the live primer, that's not going to kill anybody.
Highly doubtful that
Right.
it would. Cause injury, yes.
Okay. You said that it sounds like a loud pop gun.
It sounds like a loud cap gun.
Cap gun, I'm sorry. Because the primer has a small amount of explosive substance, and it's that lights the gunpowder that emits the projectile, correct?
That's correct.
Were all of your 45 long Colt caliber live rounds that you had at PDQ, were they all taken by the Sheriff's Department?
Yes.
You were asked some questions about Starline brass casings. Is Starline brass a very common casing?
It's one of the primary sources of cases for Joe Swanson, but I've come to learn that even the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department uses it as one of their duty ammos.
Right. I want to talk to you a little bit about the package that you received from Ms. Gutierrez after she finished her work on the Old Way. You indicated that there were some leather belts, but you didn't inventory those.
That's correct.
Did you notice, were there appearing to be dummy rounds in those leather belts?
Yes.
Did you inventory those?
I did not.
Were those your property?
No.
When you received the package from Ms. Gutierrez, did it also include firearms?
Not in the box with the gun leather. There was at least one replica firearm within that box. In separate cases, I believe there are probably 2 Pelican-type hardened cases that contain firearms as well as other replicas, and the box just containing the leather did not have firearms in it.
But you did receive a box from Ms. Gutierrez that she shipped to you from Montana that contained firearms, is that right?
Correct, yes.
And those were shipped to you because they were your firearms, right?
Some of them were, yes. Some of them were also fails.
Okay. When you received the box that contained the firearms, was there anything concerning about the state they were in?
Yes. The primary concern is that some of them were loaded.
May we approach?
Mr. Kinney, you said that some of the guns were loaded.
Yes.
What were they loaded with?
What I found out that they were loaded with dummy rounds in the end.
And why was that concerning to you that the guns had been shipped to you loaded with dummy rounds? So whenever you're ready, I'm ready. Okay.
Well, because the assumption is that one, guns are always loaded unless you verify that they are not, and 2, that rounds are live unless you validate that they are dummy rounds. And the fact that a couple, I believe it was from memory, a couple of the revolvers were loaded with rounds leads me to default that I have to assume these are live rounds until I validate that each and every one of the rounds are dummy rounds and that the guns are completely empty. So there was some sweaty palms that moment.
Okay. I'm going to shift gears here. I'm going to show you what is already in evidence as State's Exhibit 168. I want you to have a look at this photo and tell me if the projectile shapes that you described to Mr. Bowles are present in this photo.
It looks 99% are semi-wad cutter bullets. There's an oddball right in the middle of the photo.
Where, can you use your screen? Oh, that's the oddball. Okay, sure.
Yeah, that has a projectile that I don't remember seeing. It's neither a semi-wad. They probably would consider that some variation of a wad cutter, but it almost looks like a truncated cone type projectile.
Okay, and you had, and truncated cones were one of the projectiles that you recall from 1883, correct?
Yeah, the cowboy training camp.
All
Yes.
right. I'm going to show you what's already in evidence as State's Exhibit 171. How would you describe those?
That's another variation of a semi-wad cutter.
Okay. Would you consider that a truncated cone?
No.
All right. I'm going to show you what is already in evidence as State's Exhibit 57. Would these be a primed case?
Well, I can't see what's on the opposite end away from the nickel primer. Is there a projectile on the end?
For the purposes of this question, let's assume that there is no gunpowder in those casings and there is no projectile at the other end.
Yeah, I would call these a spent case because the primers have been hit. But at the same time, we have to assume that any primer is potentially live, even though it's been struck, because it could be a hard primer. But easily, commonly, if somebody, the layman took a look at this picture and said, well, what is that? I would say a spent case, casually. But I would not make a dummy round out of that.
Sure. In order for a primed case to be a primed case, it has to have an unstruck primer, correct?
Yes, and we assume that it's not an inert primed case. If we're saying, what are we need to initiate some kind of action with the least amount of noise, I would call up Joe Swanson and say, I need a box of 50 prime cases.
Okay. But those don't appear to be that to you, do they?
They don't. I don't know what that is, to be honest with you. It could be in the providing weapons and blanks and dummy rounds to production for film. I don't know what that is. I mean, casually, I would say, if I was just a shooter out there, I would say, oh, it's a spent case.
Right. It looks like a spent casing.
Yeah.
All of the dummies that you provided to the set of Rust, the 45 long Colt dummies that came directly from you, did all of them rattle?
Yes.
Did you provide any dummy rounds to the set of Rust that did not rattle?
I did.
Which ones were those?
Those were the 44 Henry copper plated rounds.
And those are completely different looking than any of the 45 long Colt dummies, correct?
Correct. They haven't made 44 Henry since the pre-1900.
So the 44 Henrys, how do you know that those are dummies?
Well, they don't make them anymore, and
How do you know they're dummies? If they don't rattle?
it's a problem. You assume that they're live. Then
Is there a hole in the side? How do you know it's a dummy?
you don't. That's a problem.
There's no hole in the side.
There's no hole in the side.
Do you know whether or not, did you say they were 44 70s?
44 Henry.
44 Henry. Do you know whether any of the 44 Henrys were ever even used on the set of Rust?
No.
You don't know?
No. And to be clear, the 44 Henrys don't have a traditional primer. You cannot reload them. They're like a 22 rimfire. It's the same thing. It's just an oversized version of that.
All right. You were asked some questions about how many times you called Detective Hancock. Why did you call her so many times?
Just to aid in the investigation, whatever she needed, or if I found something that I thought she might want to see, or if I had any questions. It was routine for us to be in communication.
Okay. You made a statement on cross-examination that you didn't want to work, I think it was in a text message maybe, that you didn't want to work with Ms. Gutierrez in the future. Is that correct? Do you recall making that statement?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Why didn't you want to work with her in the future?
Well, the issue of loading a full load blank with a horse in the vicinity is a huge violation of an armorer's work.
So why don't you explain to the jury what you're talking about, because I don't think that we've addressed that issue yet. Was there an issue that came to your attention with regard to the set animals and a full load blank?
There was several days prior, and I don't know exactly when it happened. Sarah Zachary called to discuss a number of things, including her concern.
And I'm gonna stop you right there.
Oh,
I got it.
yep.
Did you receive information that there was an issue with a full load blank and an animal?
Yes.
Okay, stop there. Generally speaking, explain to the jury what types of blanks are to be used around animals, what types are not, and why, having nothing to do with what happened on Rust.
In general, we have several iterations of blank loads, and the idea is that we always want to use the least amount of noise and gunpowder for the effect necessary. And so if ultimately we could get away with using nothing but a prime case, that would be ideal.
Sir, in terms of blanks, what are the appropriate size blanks to use around horses on a movie set?
Horses and kids, no greater than 1/4 load.
So is there a blank load that is less than a 1/4 load?
There is 1/8 as well, yes.
Okay. Why is it not advisable to use full load blanks around set animals?
Well, it's frankly, it's considered animal cruelty.
May we approach?
Okay, Mr. Kinney, we're going to move on. You were asked some questions about making dummy rounds into live rounds. Do you recall those questions from Mr. Bowles?
I do.
So it sounds like that would be a bit of a complicated process. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely.
Let's talk about the opposite. Would it be considerably easier to turn a live round into a dummy?
It would be not. It would be. It's not the ideal situation, again, especially if we're talking about.
I'm not asking what's ideal. I'm asking, would it be easier?
There's one less step. Well, no. Actually, we're excluding. You'd have to press out the primer. It's less complicated.
So, if one were to try to turn live rounds into dummy rounds, would they need any special equipment?
They would need full reloading.
I'm just asking you if they would need special equipment.
Yes.
Is one of the pieces of equipment that they might need an inertia puller?
The bullet puller, yes. A kinetic puller would be one of them, yes.
All right, thank you. You were asked some questions about your training of Ms. Zachary. Did you train Ms. Zachary specifically on how to handle a single action Army revolver?
No.
You were asked you were shown a series of photos and asked about Joe Swanson labels. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Mr. Balls, you want to come up here real quick? So, all right. I'm going to show Mr. Kinney States Exhibits 193 through 208, and I don't believe there's an objection, and I would ask for permission to publish.
No objection, Your Honor.
Page 193.
To what? 208
208.
is admitted, you may publish.
Now, Mr. Kinney, for the purposes of these questions, I want you to think back to the photo that you saw of the Joe Swanson box that was taken from the set of Rust. Do you recall the photo I'm talking about? If not, I'll show it to you again.
The one on the prop cart, just to be clear.
Yes,
Yes?
the dummies,
Yes.
Joe Swanson dummies,
Yes.
with the JS in the middle.
Yes.
And you indicated that you have never had a box that had that kind of label.
Correct.
So,
Specifically 45 long Colt.
well, let's go through them. States Exhibit 193, are those labels just like the one from the set of Rust?
Well, no.
Right, that's not a trick question.
Seems like
How about these? States Exhibit 194, are those just like the ones from the set of Rust?
no.
Same question here, 195. We've got several boxes. If you need me to zoom in on anything, I'm happy to.
No. It's yes. No, I don't. I need you to zoom.
Are any of those the same as the box from Rust?
No.
These, are any of these the same as the box from Rust?
No.
How about these?
No.
And that's, for the record, States Exhibit 197. States Exhibit 198, how about these?
No.
States Exhibit 199, how about these?
No.
States Exhibit 200, same question.
No.
States Exhibit 201, same question.
No.
States Exhibit 202, over on the left, same question.
No.
States Exhibit 203, same question.
No.
States Exhibit 204.
No.
States Exhibit 205.
No.
State's Exhibit 206.
No.
State's Exhibit 207.
No.
State's Exhibit 208.
No.
Thank you. You testified that you provided some fake guns for Rust, is that right?
Yes, replica guns, yes.
Did you provide any fake long guns for the set of Rust?
No.
I don't have anything else, thank you.
Don't I have 2 follow-up?
All right.
Mr. Kenny, just 2 follow-up. With regard to turning a live into a dummy, you talked about 1 piece of equipment. What other equipment would you need to do that?
Well, you need a piece of equipment to press out the primer. You'd need, a press and reload it, and install it with a proper reloading dies. You would need some way of measuring powder as well, potentially dispensing the powder, and then you need a piece of equipment to load the primer into the case.
Okay. Now, I think you testified that you didn't train Sarah Zachary on the use of the single-action revolver,
Correct.
and she was under your license. So was she not permitted to use that?
No, she was permitted.
Okay. Even without the training?
Well, a cold gun, it's a good question. I don't recall going over, I just don't remember training her to check for safe on a single action army. I think, the thinking was, Hannah's the armor. She's going to take care of it.
Okay. But you did train her with regard to, you did certify her on your paperwork.
Well, there's no certification.
Okay. Not certification, but you did have her on your paperwork.
Correct.
Okay.
All right, you're excused.
Thank you, Your
Thank you.
Honor.
Next witness.
Just 1 minute to check my list. The state will briefly recall Corporal Hancock.
Jared, you doing okay? Do you need a bathroom break yet? Okay. Sora, somebody? What? I can't hear you.
Mr. Judge, raise your right hand.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
George, just a minute. George, I think this person did. Are you writing it up? Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Corporal, thank you for your second round on the witness stand. As a sworn law enforcement officer, are you familiar with the crime of negligent use of a firearm?
Yes.
And what are the different ways that the elements of negligent use of a firearm can be fulfilled?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
court.
All rise.
Hey, everybody. Law and Crime's Jesse Weber here. Thank you so much for watching our coverage of the Rust trial of Hannah Gutierrez Reed. You know, this case makes me think about how people get hurt in all kinds of situations that should not happen. And if you do get injured, it is so important to know your rights and whether you should be compensated. That's why I want to highlight the official sponsor of this week's live trial coverage, Morgan & Morgan. They are actually the largest injury law firm in the whole country. And if you're going to take on big insurance companies that often lowball insurance offers in these cases, you need a big firm that's willing to fight. I mean, in the past couple of months, Morgan & Morgan saw verdicts of $12 million in Florida, $6.8 million in New York, and $26 million in Philadelphia. Now, mind you, these are all considerably higher than the highest insurance offers for these accidents. But what also makes Morgan & Morgan so special is that they have completely modernized the process for their clients. They make it super easy because you submit your claim, you upload documents, you talk to your whole legal team, all on your smartphone. That's it. You can see if you have a case in just a few minutes. And in terms of price, you only pay them if you win. There's no upfront fee. Maybe it's not that surprising that 3 million people call them every year. So if you're ever injured in an accident, you can check out Morgan & Morgan. You can submit a claim in 8 clicks or less without even having to leave your couch. To start your claim, visit forthepeople.com/lawandcrimelive.
All right, you may be seated.
All right, Corporal, we're going to move on. Were you present in the courtroom when Mr. Haig was doing his demonstration with his single action army?
Yes, I was.
And as a trained law enforcement officer, are you proficient in firearms?
Fairly proficient.
Have you been able to access that gun that Mr. Haig was using for his demonstration today?
Yes.
And did you attempt to view the barrel of the gun without removing the cylinder?
Yes.
Were you successful?
Yes.
You were?
Well, sorry, in looking at it, yes, but not fully.
Okay, so why don't you explain to the jury what you did in order to try to do a barrel check for debris or items in the barrel without removing the cylinder.
Okay. So with the revolver that Mr. Haig had brought in, what I did was essentially I took the hammer to half cock, which would allow that cylinder to spin freely. So then I tried to look down the barrel, kind of from the side of that revolver. You can see a little bit of light shining through it, but you cannot fully see like an unobstructed barrel view when you're looking down it. So it's essentially what I would kind of consider looking like at a corner. So you're not really able to see, parts of that corner. Next, I pulled the hammer fully back all the way to see if you could see where the firing pin goes into that cylinder. So I tried to look down that way to see if I could see the entirety of the barrel. Again, that hole it's too small. I could see light shining through, but not enough to where I could say that the barrel was, completely empty, or that I would be confident enough to say that there wasn't anything in the barrel. And then the last thing that I did uncomfortably is I actually took that revolver and with it at the full cock position, I actually looked down the barrel of that gun and used a light source because it was really hard to see in it with it being, it's dark, it's a darker barrel. So I looked, actually had that barrel pointing at my face, and to try to look down it, too dark to see it just normally. So I used a light source to try to look down, but again, when you're shining that light source down the barrel, you're having to move in different directions. So personally, I wouldn't comfortably say that that the barrel would be free of anything like debris or any sort of particles in those checks.
All right, thank you. Shifting gears, are you familiar with the name Brian Norvell?
Yes.
And do you know whether or not he was interviewed in this case?
Yes.
You know, or he was?
He was.
Okay. And were the defense attorneys present for that interview?
Yes, they were.
Have you listened to the entire interview?
Yes, I have.
Did the defense, and let me ask you, in terms of let's go back to State's Exhibit 2, in terms of Mr. Benavidez's video, who is Brian Norvell on that video?
So in that lapel video, Brian Norvell is the individual that brings that prop cart over in front of the patrol unit to Lieutenant Benavidez, and he's the same individual that reaches his hand over the crime scene tape to pick something up off the cart.
Approximately how long was the interview that you listened to?
It was about an hour and 45 minutes, give or take.
Did anyone from the defense ask Mr. Norvell any questions?
No.
Were you present in the courtroom when Mr. Bowles asked Mr. Kinney approximately how many times he called you? And I think Mr. Kinney agreed it was approximately 40 times.
Yes.
How many times did Mr. Bowles call you?
Quite a bit. Not just calls, but also emails and text messages.
Would you say it was more than 40 times?
I'd say at least around there.
And how many times have I called you?
A handful, maybe between 5 and 10.
All right. Thank you. I'll pass the witness. Oh, sorry.
Cross exam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Corporal Hancock, isn't it true that I'm representing Ms. Gutierrez Reed in this case, and I called you and emailed you in that capacity?
Yes.
And Seth Kinney, on the other hand, is a potential suspect in the case, right?
According to who?
Well, you're the investigator. Did you ever look at him as a potential suspect?
Yeah, he was investigated.
Okay, so that's what I'm asking you. Do you normally talk to potential suspects that many times in a case?
I don't think there's a limit to how much we talk to them.
With regard to the barrel obstruction you looked at, and you did that, you're not an expert in inspecting firearms.
No.
And you said you're fairly proficient, but you don't know, for example, the tools that are used. You didn't have a tool with you?
No, that was just by eye.
Okay. So you just did kind of a casual attempt, but you're not an expert at doing that, are you?
I tried to replicate the way that was said that the barrel checks were done.
Well, you didn't have the tool. You just said that.
Correct.
And did you do this outside?
It was done inside.
Yeah, and are you aware the light is quite a bit different when you do it outside?
Correct.
So you said even doing it inside, under less favorable lighting conditions, you were still able to see some light coming through it, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't replicate it outside, did you?
No, that's why I used a light source.
Okay, and you knew this was being done outside on the rust side.
I would assume so, but
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure it was done inside as well.
Well, you don't know that.
Correct.
So you're assuming. So your demonstration did not repeat the same conditions either that were done on the rust side, did it?
Again, I can't say the exact way that it was done on rust.
Okay.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next witness.
State calls Mike Primo.
You stand before the judge, raise your hand.
Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, have a seat, talk into the microphone. Do you need any water?
Thank you, Your Honor. Water would be great. Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Would you state your full name for the record, please?
Good afternoon. Michael Allen Primo.
Mr. Primo, how are you currently employed?
I am employed through a company called Primo Forensics, where I am a partner. The firm specializes in the analysis of digital multimedia evidence, so audio recordings, video recordings, and image recordings used in litigation.
Can you summarize for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury your education and background and experience in this field?
Sure. So I began my education and training with the University of Lawrence Technological University in Southfield, Michigan. I obtained a bachelor's in audio engineering technology. From there, I started getting training from LEVA, which is the Law Enforcement and Emergency Services Video Association. I pursued LEVA training 1 through 4 and became a certified forensics video technician. I've also received training in the products for image and video enhancement through one of the popular vendors is Amped, as well as Input Ace, formerly known as Axon Investigate. I've also received training from Leica in the analysis and use of 3D laser scanning technology. Medex Forensics, which is another forensic tool used to authenticate multimedia evidence. And I think that covers it.
Do you belong to any professional or scientific organizations?
I do. I'm currently a member of SWIGDE, which is the Scientific Working Group on Digital Evidence. They're an organization that generates best practices in digital multimedia forensics, as well as digital forensics, so audio forensics, video forensics, image forensics, computer forensics, which includes cell phone forensics, and then they also have a quality committee that handles the quality control for digital forensics. I'm currently serving as the video chair with the video committee. I'm also a member of the Audio Engineering Society, the International Association for Identification, and LEVA.
And sir, can you, how long have you been in this field?
I've been practicing for a little over 10 years now.
And during that time, who have some of your clients been or parties that you've assisted?
So I've worked for both sides of the court on criminal as well as civil cases. So both the defense as well as the plaintiff for civil cases, and for criminal cases, the prosecution and the defense. I've contracted for the DOD, the DOJ, the FBI, the FDA, and several attorney general's offices. So a lot of attorneys.
And specifically, have you been qualified as an expert in the areas of audio or video and image forensics?
Yes, I have.
How many times have you been qualified as an expert in those areas?
I have given testimony as an expert a little over a dozen times in various courts throughout the United States. And then I've also provided deposition testimony, probably about the same, maybe a little more.
Your Honor, I would ask the court to recognize Mr. Primo as an expert in the areas of audio, video, and image forensics.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, so you are recognized as an audio, video, image forensics expert.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can everyone hear me okay? I feel like I'm not talking directly into the microphone. That's a little better. Thank you.
The acoustics in the room are a little strange.
Okay, it's good to know.
How did you become involved in this case?
We were contacted initially to examine several sources of digital images that were captured from a variety of devices by Ms. Morrissey.
And did you prepare a report?
Yes, I did.
And was your work peer reviewed?
Yes, my work was technically peer reviewed by a colleague of similar qualifications.
And is that what peer review means? You give it to someone else in the field and they double check your work?
That's correct. To ensure the accuracy of the application of the methodology, as well as the opinions offered, it's recommended that reports are technically peer reviewed by a colleague that has similar qualifications.
Okay. I'm going to show you some exhibits. We're going to get ourselves set up. Mr. Bowles, do you want to come up here and have a look? Let's hold off on that one for just a second. These guys are ready. All right. Mr. Primo, I am showing you what is already admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 118. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And is this an image that I provided you to do some enhancement on?
It appears so, yes.
And is there a particular part of this image that you were asked to enhance or clarify?
Yes, so the area specific.
George, will you show him how he can touch and clear?
Okay, so this is a touch screen. You can either draw on it or you can type. Clear.
Let's see if I can do this. That works. So the arrow indicates the section of the image that was the focus of the request, which appears to be some sort of ammunition for enhancement as well as enlargement of the image.
Okay. I'm going to show you what I have marked as State's Exhibit 178, and I would ask the court to admit it, and I would ask for permission to publish.
No objection.
State's 178 is admitted. You may publish.
Mr. Primo, can you explain to the jury what we're looking at in State's Exhibit 178?
Sure. So the tool that was used primarily throughout the course of the investigation is called AMP5, which is a audio or an image and video analysis tool, not audio analysis, with which when you bring the image into the tool, it performs a non-destructive workflow that allows us to clarify or identify specific regions of the imagery, which is shown on the right-hand side of the screen as the clarified identification for the version that was enhanced. Clarification and enhancement kind of are synonymous with the legal admissibility. The image on the left is a specific filter arrangement in the tool that allows us to compare what was originally cropped or selected and then what was clarified, what processes were applied. So we can see, in accordance with best practices, what exactly happened between the two components, the two sections that were cropped.
So when you attempted to clarify the image, is there a reason that you weren't able to make it less blurry?
So I applied a de-blur, several de-blurring processes to try to clear up that blurriness that you're seeing in the image. And they were unsuccessful at being able to accurately make it so that it was perfectly in focus again. So there were likely a number of reasons as to why that portion of the imagery became blurry. So light level adjustments were applied. If memory serves, sharpening, which improves the edge detail against different edges. And then, of course, enlargement or resizing of the image.
And sir, the fact that this portion of the image that I asked you to take a close look at, the fact that that is in the background of the photo, how does that affect things?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, if I go back to is the ammunition in the foreground of the photo or the background?
It's in the background, yes.
How does that affect whether it's blurry or not, if it does?
It doesn't necessarily affect it from a clarification perspective. It wasn't so far out of blur that I would consider it unreliable to make determinations from. We can still see a lot of information in that background. It wasn't like those objects were several hundred feet or even further away from the focus of the camera. But that being further back in the scene does complicate our ability to de-blur it effectively.
And is that because they are blurry in the original image?
Yes, they're out of focus on some level, yes.
All right. I'm going to go back to State's Exhibit 178. Just by looking at the images, are you able to, do you notice different colors of metal in the center of what appears to be ammunition?
I do, yes.
What are those colors?
The colors appear to be visually dissimilar in terms of color as well as light. The area depicted here as I'm, with the arrow, the center part, my understanding is that it's some sort of primer of that ammunition component, is a darker region than the area that's depicted by this arrow on the right, which is brighter.
Okay, thank you, sir. And I'm showing you what is already in evidence as State's Exhibit 162, where you provided this image for clarification and forensic work.
Yes, I was.
And was there a particular part of this image that I asked you to focus on?
Yes, so the section identified by the arrow here is the section of the screen that was of interest for clarification, so enhancement, as well as resizing or enlargement of that imagery.
And were you able to enlarge and clarify that image?
Yes, that section of the image was suitable for clarification, and then exhibits were generated, enlarged. In the compare and original format that we saw earlier, where it's the side-by-side, as well as a picture-in-picture style within the tool AMP5.
How do you know whether or not the image is appropriate for clarification?
There are several components that we evaluate when we receive the images. Things like, are the objects high enough resolution or pixels. So every picture is made up of lots of little squares that are pixels. And if the resolution of that picture is limited, then the enlargement process could produce inaccurate results for clarifying or making that image bigger. In addition, the position of those objects within the scene, the light level of that scene, so is the image too dark that we can't actually restore or enhance those sections to make them more visible to the human eye, as well as things like compression, image compression or data compression, which can reduce the amount of information that was originally captured by the device or introduce information that wasn't originally there. So we evaluate all of these components prior to engaging with an enhancement and applying that enhancement methodology, which was ultimately reported back to Ms. Morrissey prior to beginning.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to show you what I have marked as State's Exhibit, is it 176? Your Honor, for the record, Mr. Bowles does not have an objection to any of these exhibits. So I would ask that 176 be admitted into evidence and obviously for publishing.
176 is admitted. You may publish.
Mr. Primo, what are we looking at here?
This is a clarified exhibit that depicts that region of interest, which is demonstrated in the lower right-hand corner, that has been enhanced using sharpness, light level adjustments, as well as it's a picture-in-picture style, but a zoom, if you will, of the area of interest, which is the ammunition and it appears to be some sort of container.
Thank you. This is State's Exhibit 177. I'd like to move it into evidence and publish it.
No objection, Your Honor.
177 is admitted. You may publish.
Mr. Primo, can you describe what we're looking at here?
This is a demonstrative exhibit that shows the original frame picture that was processed or clarified on the left-hand side of the screen, which has been, if memory serves, rotated slightly so that we can better see it within this exhibit. Light level adjustments, so shadow and highlight improvements, sharpening, and then enlargement of the pixel region. So that's the original version, and then on the right-hand side, all of those processes were applied. A side-by-side exhibit.
Are you able to see, just by using your eyes, a slight difference in the color of the primers of the ammunition on the top area of that styrofoam insert and the ammunition here in this lower section?
Yes. So these two things that we're evaluating are visually dissimilar. Oh. In terms of light and color.
And while you have testified that you can see the difference, are there some things that you can do in order to verify that they are actually different colors?
There are some tests that we can apply to analyze that information on a deeper level, which is at its core evaluating how the technology works. So in this case, it was some sort of Apple device, iOS device, and whether or not that information that was being collected by the electronics within that device was being accurately communicated to that digital format. So there's a test that I applied throughout the analysis. On this particular image, I was not confident in my ability to do so.
To verify it?
Correct. To verify that those tonal values, those color and luma values are in fact dissimilar.
So just to be clear, your testimony is you can see the difference, but you're not able to digitally verify it.
That's correct.
Okay. Let's switch over for a video. And of course, unfortunately, that requires me to change devices. Thank you for your patience. Unplug. I would like to play what has been marked as State's Exhibit 187. Your Honor, the foundation for these videos was laid by the gentleman from Production Outfitters, and I would ask for permission to publish. Sorry, 187.
Mr. Bowles.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 187 is admitted. You may publish.
Sir, were you asked to review a couple of videos and take those videos and enhance still frames within the videos?
Yes, I think it was, if memory serves, more than a couple, but yes.
Okay. This is State's Exhibit 187. Do you recognize this video?
I do, yes.
And is this one of the videos that you digitally enhanced for me?
That is correct.
You know, and quite frankly, I understand that we can't hear it, but whatever is being said is not relevant. So I'm not going to spend too much time on the audio. Okay.
Okay, understood.
And what specifically were you asked to do with regard to this video? What was I asking you to look for and try to enhance?
The pixel regions are the areas depicting the ammunition within what's my understanding is a bandolier that Mr. Baldwin is attempting to wear. Several still images were extracted from the video recording for clarification.
And can you see the ammunition with the primer side of the ammunition facing the camera in this still frame?
That is correct.
Would this be an example of some of the still frames that you collected from this video at my request?
I would have to examine the specific video image numbers, but it was in this range that it becomes most visible. I'm uncertain if it's this exact video image. Every video image in a video recording is marked with a frame number, so we count them. We can count them in a linear fashion. I would have to examine the project to know if definitively if it was this video image, but it was in this series of time.
It was one of these still frames in this video?
Correct.
And perhaps more than one?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. I am going to play for you State's Exhibit 188. Same issue, Your Honor. Foundation was laid by Production Outfitters, and I would like to move it into evidence and ask permission to publish.
No objection.
States 188 is admitted. You may publish.
Mr. Primo, were you asked to do basically the same thing with this video?
That is correct.
When the camera was zoomed in here at the beginning, were you able to collect some still frames of the ammunition in that holster.
That is correct.
All right. Because we have to switch devices, I'm going to show you another video from a different time frame.
Okay.
And then we'll move back to the images. So I'm going to show you what is already in evidence as State's Exhibit 164. Do you recognize this video?
I do, yes.
Is this another video that you were asked to conduct a forensic analysis on?
So this video, the way that this device works is actually recording several pictures. And the tool that allows us to interpret those images plays them back in rapid succession, giving the effect that it's a video. This is a product of that proprietary tool from that particular vendor of the camera. But in answer to your question, yes, it is a video, but in its raw format, there are actually multiple pictures.
And what kind of a camera is this? Do you remember what it's called?
This is an RE Alexa Mini, if memory serves.
And in terms of good cameras, bad cameras, sophisticated cameras, simple cameras, where does this camera fall?
The lay interpretation is it's kind of like the Lamborghini of cameras. It's a very high-end tool in comparison to other devices.
All right, thank you, sir. Can you see the ammunition there on the left-hand side?
Yes, I don't know for a fact that it is ammunition, but it's my understanding that those are casings of some sort. But yes, that's what it appears to be.
Okay. And is it somewhere in this area where you were able to isolate some still frames? And I'll go ahead and play it for you there.
That is correct. In preparation for my report from my investigation, 4 instances, 4 images were extracted from the tool in a raw RGB TIFF format. In preparation for testimony, additional images were extracted for review.
And for the record, I am going to show Mr. Primo State's Exhibit 179 through 186. I believe there isn't an objection. I'd like to have them admitted and permission to publish.
No objection.
States 179 through 186 is admitted. You may publish.
Thank you. Mr. Primo, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 179. Can you describe to us what we're looking at here?
This is frame 237 from one of the 2 of the digital video files that we saw that didn't have audio playback. That frame on the left-hand side of the screen is what's been cropped as the area of focus.
And let me stop you real quick. As a point of clarification, I showed you 2 videos of Mr. Baldwin putting on his bandolier, and then there was another video of Mr. Baldwin with a young man. Do you remember those?
Yes, the two with the putting on the bandolier is what I
Okay.
was referring to. Yes.
Oh, their monitor isn't working. Sorry.
That's okay.
They're already in.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Sure, yeah. Sorry. Get that out of your way there. To switch, we can switch them, or you guys can come sit.
They're on the way.
Okay, so we can try to do it with one monitor if they have difficulty fixing it. Is it?
We could go and just move it.
Is it possible to move it a little closer to? We don't need to look at it. We know what these images look like.
Well, let me wait for that.
Oh, there, that one turned on.
Probably settings or yeah, you can't, there's not enough you would put that.
Oh, yeah, sure.
That, there was.
Would you approach the witness with me?
Yeah.
Your Honor, Mr. Bowles and I would like to approach the witness.
Just stretch out or whatever you want to do. Have to come up. He went to get water for the jurors.
I'm ready.
Is it up? Oh. Go ahead.
Okay. let's let me stop for just a moment, Mr. Primo. The first set of images that we were looking at with the styrofoam insert sitting on a person's leg and the ammunition in the background that was blurry, were you able to determine the dates that those images were taken?
Yes, the examination of the metadata, which is data about data from the photos, was evaluated as a part of the enhancement process.
And what was the date?
The date that the metadata interpretation tool is reporting as the date time the original image was captured is October 10th, 2021 at approximately 9 a.m. 42:11 seconds.
Okay. And just to be clear, the videos that we showed you of Mr. Baldwin putting on his bandolier, were you able to determine the date of those?
I did not evaluate the date-time created information from those videos,
Okay.
no.
But the jury can rely on the testimony of other witnesses for the appropriate dates for that. And then we'll get to the next one in a moment. So let's go ahead and begin again. State's Exhibit 179, what are we looking at here?
This is a comparison of the specific region that was cropped, demonstrating the bandolier and the ammunition. At frame 237, I don't recall which video exhibit this came from. But as you can see here on the left, this is the original information that does not have any clarification, application of any clarification to it. The image on the right is a clarified version that uses resizing of that section to make it larger, light level adjustments, shadow and highlights, shadows, midtones, and highlights, and sharpening.
And sir, in both images, but in particular in the clarified image on the right, are you able to determine that one of the supposed pieces of ammunition seems to have a silver coloring in the center?
Visually, yes. Objectively, through that deeper methodology that I talked about, no, we did not apply that method for verification.
Okay. Let's move to State's Exhibit 180. Tell us what we're looking at here.
This is another instance, video image 218 from the video exhibit that was isolated. The section on the left-hand side that was cropped is from the original video image. The section on the right was clarified and enlarged. Similar processes were applied.
And in this image, when we compare it to the previous image, that being State's Exhibit 179, do you see that change in color, that silver type color, in the same place in both images? And when I mean in the same place, on the same piece of ammunition, or rather where the ammunition is located?
That is correct. Yes, it's a lighter tonal value or representation, which is dissimilar than the other tonal values in chroma and luma, light and color, that appears dissimilar.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 181. Tell us what we're looking at here.
This is frame 237. Similar processes were applied. The image on the left-hand side is the original that has not been resized from the video recording. The image on the right is the clarified version that has been resized, enhancement processes applied. And then the entire image was actually resized, I don't think I mentioned this, to format the screen that you're looking at in an HD resolution. So had we not performed that, it would have been a little bit smaller on the screen, because this section was the smallest that we enhanced. Smallest that I enhanced, because the resolution, the picture size from these videos was much smaller than the RE, which is a very high resolution, and even the photos from the iOS devices, the iPhones, that were captured.
Okay. State's Exhibit 182. Tell us what this is.
This is another representation of frame 218. So when the images were enlarged, two different resizing methods were used to verify that the information that was being enlarged was accurately being done so and wasn't an inaccurate representation when it was made larger. This appears to be the other enhancement version. As you can see, it's kind of like more blocky, pixely, if that's a forensic term, on the right-hand side when it was enlarged.
And in all of the images that we've looked at in this group of images, 179 through 182, do you see the lighter colored primer in the same position, that being what appears to be the third piece of ammunition from the top?
That is correct.
State's Exhibit 183, what's this?
This is frame 175. If memory serves, this is from the other video recording because there's a clear indication of the front of the ammunition. I'm considering the front to be where the projectile is located. In which case, this exhibit on the left is the original section of the video image that was selected, cropped, enlarged. And the clarified version that has clarified processes applied. One particular process that wasn't included on the others is a process called deep blurring. So kind of refocusing that image that we're seeing so it's clearer.
Can you see what appears to be that same silver coloring in the piece of ammunition that's third from the top?
It's more difficult to see in this version, but there are slight, the pixel information is there. Yes.
Okay. State's Exhibit 184, same question.
Yes.
Same to everything.
The dissimilar, yes. So the section on the left is the isolated version, clarified version on the right that has been resized, and there is a dissimilar tonal value visibly between those. Specifically, we examined the two ammunition that were side by side.
Okay, thank you. State's Exhibit 185, same thing, just different frame?
That is correct.
State's Exhibit 186, same thing, different frame?
This is another version of an alternate resizing algorithm that was used to make the image bigger for verification that no additional information was added to the recording that rendered determinations inaccurate. Like nothing was added to the video that misrepresents what was originally there.
Okay, thank you, sir. Let's move to the images that you were able to analyze from the RE video. I'm not going to play the video on this device because it will cause the system to crash. So I'm going to move to State's Exhibit 189. I would like to have 189 entered into evidence and permission to publish.
Is 189 this video?
No, 189 is the digital image that he created
Okay,
from the video.
Oh, sure, no objection.
Case 189 is admitted. You may publish.
All right, Mr. Primo, what are we looking at here? And if you recall, was there a date associated with the video from the RE?
May I have a moment to look at my report?
Certainly.
Thank you. The creation date associated with the metadata from the RE raw proprietary tool. It's a program that allows us to examine the images captured directly from the RE camera in their raw format. It is reporting a date of October the 18th, 2021. This creation time is reporting 5:36 and 49 seconds.
Does that tell you that that's the exact date that the image was recorded on the camera?
In accordance with the data that the camera was communicating to the file, yes.
Okay. And what are you able to see in terms of this same pattern that we're looking for with regard to silver-colored centers of what appears to be ammunition?
I don't understand the question.
Well, let me back up. What are we looking at here? Or do we have an original and a clarified?
Yes, so the image on the left is a selection of that region of the, my understanding is it's a bandolier or storage of some sort of those ammunition. And then the image on the right is the clarified or enhanced version of that image on the left.
And are you able to see, just from looking at the photo, that the top two items appear to have silver centers where the last four appear to have a different color center?
They appear to be lighter in tonal values. I don't know if I can classify them as silver, but...
Okay, understood. I'm sorry.
It appears to be, if I was asked what material that looks like, it looks like silver. But whether or not it actually is, I haven't been able to verify that. But yes, visually dissimilar.
And let me ask you, in terms of the date from the RE camera, does a date and time have to be set on the camera properly in order for you to receive the proper information through the metadata for the date of the recording?
That is how most camera devices work. I don't recall specifically if the RE was set, this particular RE, by the operator, but that's common for digital cameras like the RE.
And were you, sir, able to do a tonal value analysis on this?
Yes, I was.
And again, the tonal value analysis is just a way of doing an additional verification. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And what were the results of your tonal value analysis?
So with respect to the RE images, there were no artifacts due to compression. These images were captured in a raw format, which means when the light information hit the camera's components, which is called a sensor, it's going to capture that information in raw and communicate that to a digital file, with which it's not going to make determinations about what do we take away or what do we add to make this file smaller. An interpretation of that process was done using a filter within the AMP5 tool called channel selector. And that evaluates the specific RGB color spaces that those tonal values live, essentially, in that raw format. And through an evaluation of the green channel, which is the most sensitive to the human eye, there is a distinct dissimilarity in the luma and chrominance values between those two sections. And when these images were clarified, enhanced, 2 of the 4 images that I examined, through adding of light to make the images brighter, this section, the middle section of that piece of ammunition, i.e. the primer, became overexposed, which means it had brighter values than other primers throughout that picture, and the tool reported that those values were going beyond the technology's ability to capture it. So what does that mean? It means that that section was documented by that device brighter than the other primers throughout the picture.
Would you say that the use of the tonal value analysis did in fact verify that? It verified that it is brighter than the others?
That is correct.
Sorry about that. And State's Exhibit 190, we would ask the court to move this into evidence and publish.
No objection, Your Honor.
Case 190 is admitted. You may publish.
Mr. Primo, what are we looking at here?
This is a exhibit that demonstrates the selected area, approximate selected area as the other images we saw, but it's not in the compare original format. It's just a picture-in-picture that is clarified, enhanced.
All right, thank you, sir. Were you also asked to perform a forensic analysis on still frames from a body-worn camera worn by a police officer?
That is correct.
And for the record, just so that the jury is aware, the body-worn camera that Mr. Primo analyzed was State's Exhibit 2. I'm not going to play it because you already have it and we've already watched it. I will, however, pull up State's Exhibit 192 and ask the court to admit 192 and permission to publish.
No objection, Your Honor.
192 is admitted. You may publish.
Mr. Primo, what are we looking at here?
This is a video image that was selected from the BWC recording. I don't recall from the file title which particular frame this was, but it's a picture-in-picture process. Using Annotate, we can select that portion of the screen and enlarge it, resize it, add additional enhancement processes, including adjustments to the lighting, sharpening as well. So it's an enhanced version of that frame with a picture-in-picture effect.
And the label of that box still appears to be pretty blurry and not legible. Were you not able to clarify it any more than that?
That is correct.
Okay.
The compression artifacts as a result of the spatial resolution, the video quality was insufficient to enhance to make that kind of identification.
And when you say the video quality was insufficient, is there a considerable difference between the quality of a police officer's body-worn camera, this type of camera in particular, and a camera such as the RE camera that was being used on the set of Rust?
Yes, a body-worn camera, although effective, its design is to surveil. It's a surveillance camera that's worn by an officer, so they record for long periods of time. Significant differences in intended use between a cinematography camera and a body-worn camera.
And finally, let's have a look at State's Exhibit 191. It looks like these aren't too different, but go ahead and tell us what you did.
This is the original information that was selected with the enhancement tool on the left-hand side, and then a compare original filter was applied to demonstrate the clarified version with processes to enhance it.
And why does it appear that there is actually less detail in terms of the label on the box in the clarified image as opposed to the original image? Let me ask you this. When you clarify an image, do you brighten it?
Yes, it's one of the processes to brighten it. If memory serves, when I was trying to enhance for the request was to examine any identifiers on the box, not specifically that little 2 lines of some sort of information, but to see if there were any identifiers anywhere on that container. So the light was improved to be able to examine that.
Can brightening an image actually reduce some of the detail in the image?
It can, yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. I'll pass the witness.
Cross-exam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Primo, how much were you paid for your work in this case and your report? And
The firm Primo Forensics was compensated a value somewhere in the 10,000 range.
And in the process that you were hired to do, you take images like a picture or you extract one from media, and then you use tools to try to clarify them. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, you mentioned earlier in your testimony there's certain things that can cause distortion. I think you said if something's low resolution. Is that right?
I don't remember saying specifically distortion.
Okay. Yeah, just tell me, what are some of the things that can cause you not to be able to get that clarification?
I don't understand the question.
In some of the images, it looked like at the end, the ones we couldn't see anything. It didn't clarify it, so we couldn't see what was on the box. What prevents that? The resolution originally, or why can't you get that?
The resolution does play a factor in that, as well as the compression level. So at what point the camera is limiting information to that digital video file. Those are 2 components, yes.
Okay. You also said in some of the pictures you could not verify tonal differences. And if I say it wrong, just tell me. But you did a verification process and you couldn't confirm?
That is correct. I was not confident to apply that particular methodology because there were so many unknown variables.
Okay. So given that there's so many unknown variables, some of them you can say that there were tonal differences, like color differences. Some of them you can't. Is that fair?
I don't understand the question.
Some of these pictures, you can't be confident that there are tonal differences. Some of them that you looked at, is that what you just said?
I would have to evaluate the particular image to answer that question. Maybe we can show one of them.
Sure. Yeah, there were some of them you said I couldn't verify. And we can go back to the number of that. But I'm just trying to get that basically what you did was you clarified and enhanced pictures. And some of them you can tell us the colors are different. Some of them you can't. Is that right?
That is fair to say that the dissimilarities could not be verified in terms of how that technology was actually working when it captured those values. Yes.
And your technology's got to be much more sophisticated. But it's like, are you familiar with iPhones? People can use filters, they can use edits, that kind of thing.
I'm familiar, yes.
Okay, but yours, I mean, basically, you must be using a much more sophisticated tool, correct?
It's a peer reviewable tool that allows us to apply methodology that is widely accepted. So it's repeatable, it's verifiable. It can be evaluated by people of similar qualifications to ensure that it was being applied correctly and effectively to accurately improve the information that's contained within them. I would say it's relative with respect to sophistication as to what we're comparing it to.
To an iPhone?
To a filter.
Oh, to a
I think
filter.
iPhone filter is what you had said.
Yes, iPhone filter.
But yeah, to a one-to-one comparison, we'd probably have to evaluate which particular filter, but
Okay.
there's no magic in the tool if that's what I think we're trying to evaluate.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was trying to ask. So it's similar to a filter.
They are filters. That's
Okay.
correct, yes.
Okay.
The filters that are being applied.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
Redirect.
Yeah, just very briefly. Sir, in the images from the videos of Mr. Baldwin putting on the bandolier, those 2 videos that you extracted images from, the fact that you see the same color difference in the primer of the piece of ammunition that is in the 3rd position from the top, the fact that you are able to see that color difference repeatedly in different frames, is that some indication of reliability that that center primer is actually a different color than the others? Does that make sense?
I think so, yes. So with respect to forensic image video analysis, we're evaluating things from an objective perspective. There are components to that methodology that evaluate context, and they are best practices. I was not asked to evaluate those things with this case. If I understand your question, I think I do. From a contextual perspective, yes, it does, because there are multiple instances across multiple frames with each of the devices that capture digital video files, which means more images than just one, like an iPhone. So yes, contextually, it does demonstrate that. Yes.
Some additional level of reliability.
That's correct.
Okay, all right, thank you. I don't have anything else.
Your excuse, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The state rests.
Okay, thank you. So we are going to take our break for the day. I have some court I need to do at 4 o'clock. So the state is rested, so the defense will go forward. Counsel, please approach for a minute. All right, so tomorrow morning, we're going to have a couple of housekeeping matters, so you all should be downstairs at 10, not 8:30, 10, okay? So I see that's good news for a fair amount of you. All right, so please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Don't do any research about the Rust Productions or the movie set, et cetera, and the trial. So downstairs at 10, okay? All right. Did I say the part, don't talk among yourselves? Okay, very good, thank you.
All rise.
Council. I want to start with the night of February 2nd. Dan calls 911 about 10:45. You'll hear that he stayed on the phone. His demeanor on that 911 call, weeping, particularly when the dispatcher or the 911 operator mistakes that he was calling about his son. About 2-3 minutes into the call, instead of his wife, she asks him, "How old is your son?" And he was confused. And that reaction there. And law enforcement shows up, and they initially, officer or deputy Wheeler, who's relatively new, makes some observations. Well, his cheeks are red, he's crying, but I don't see tears. And he takes some initial photos. At that point, it's a death investigation. Officers show up, detectives show up, 3 detectives, Detective Wheeler, Detective Andrew, and Detective Lalleton. And obviously, in this type of case, death investigation, you're going to do some due diligence and rule out anything untoward. But Detective Northrop then takes photos 7 hours later, 6 to 7 hours later, based upon the timestamps of the photos, where she's still in the tub, still with blood. The medical examiner refers to a blood line across her body, where she had been sitting in the tub and the water had gone down, and you see that blood line. You'll see the amount of blood caked on her back when she was removed from the autopsy examination. They do their investigation. Initially, they conduct a search warrant at that time. and they leave about 9:45. Officers and law enforcement leave about 9:45 on the 3rd, the morning of the 3rd. Later that morning, autopsy was performed by Dr. Howard. And Dr. Howard specifically found that the cause of death...
Objection, Your Honor. Sidebar?
Yes. Members of the jury, this is going to take a little longer conversation with the attorneys, so I'm going to excuse you shortly while I continue discussing with the lawyers. All rise, please. You can be seated. We were having a sidebar that wanted to be picked up by the court reporter, and so, Ms. Woodson, if you'd like to state your objection.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'm going to try to keep this very simple and short. This was litigated well before trial. Dr. Howard's conclusions are hearsay. They can't come in except through Dr. Howard. Now, there are going to be some experts in this case who rely on other people's work, to include Dr. Howard's work. But those experts are going to be testifying about their own opinions. Dr. Howard's work, his opinions cannot come in. It's just hearsay. Just because something's written in a report, just because something's provided to the defense, and just because something's given to another expert in formulating their own opinions, doesn't mean that everything comes in. Everything that comes into evidence has to comply with the rules of evidence. And this is rank hearsay. And this is litigated, and the court gave a ruling
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, it's, as mentioned, it's very clear from both our experts and the state's experts that every single expert has reviewed the autopsy report and has made a conclusion on whether or not they agree or disagree with the cause of death. For instance, Dr. Desmond, defense expert, has reviewed everything, done the biomechanical engineering, all that. Detective Lalliton had a conversation with the replacement of Dr. Howard in January of last year, trying to see if there was anything different that he could find. And he did. Dr. Mott confirmed that the cause of death was gunshot wound to the neck. That's why, frankly, I think it's disingenuous for the state 4 weeks before trial to change their theory, and why we wanted to.
Let me get you out there. That's not what we're talking about. This was the subject of a motion in limine, specifically that any opinion of Dr. Howard as to the cause of death being gunshot wound, unless offered by Dr. Howard himself.
And we plan on calling him.
Well, I granted the motion in limine, and I'm not allowing that until such time as that comes in as testimony. I think it's, at least as I understood from the motion in limine, it's debatable whether or not he ultimately is testifying, and if that ultimately is his opinion, and you cannot bootstrap it through other experts, put his opinion in. Again, we had this hearing, I'm relying on the arguments made at the motion in limine at the time I granted it. So I'm sustaining the objection not to provide that opinion in opening statement.
We would take exception for the right here.
Okay?
Thank you.
All right, we'll bring the jury, and I'll expect you to move forward with your opening without reference to Dr. Howard. You may continue, Mr. Johnson.
The evidence showed that Ms. Howard had a gunshot wound lodged in the C2. That bleeding was coming from the mouth. That the bullet went through the tongue. You'll see the gun. It's a .380, kind of a short, not like a normal gun with a long barrel. So the gun with a stub nose or a short barrel that would not be able to go past the teeth and rest on the tongue. You'll hear that during the course of the investigation, Detective Gallatin and others went up to Alaska to see if Mr. Howard was out of the barrel. They didn't find any. You'll hear about the affair that Miss Howard kept secret from even her best friends. During the course of the investigation, there were a second search warrant done a couple weeks later, in February 17th. They go to the house, they examine various things, and then at this time, they send items to ballistics. They use Washington State Patrol, they have a forensic unit, to examine some of the evidence. During that time, Washington State Patrol found several key things. The gun had Kendi's blood on it, on one of the grips. It had her DNA on it, and another male's DNA. Dan was excluded from the gun. You'll hear that the coroner listed this as, initially, the photos that she had saved are called Howard suicide. But as the course of the investigation, Detective Valentin very quickly believed that there was something untoward about Dan. And that's based upon when Dan was finally, he was on 911 when officers showed up. At some point later in the morning, they let him start doing notifications. He called his son. He called Brooke, his stepdaughter. That phone call, you'll hear, was short. You'll hear that right after that, a few minutes later, she called back. When she called back, naturally, she sounded upset, and Detective Valentin overheard that conversation. And from then, he specifically started accusing Dan, you did this, didn't you? And Detective Valentin conducted a couple of years of investigation trying to find Dan. At some point, officers obviously fill out police reports, detectives fill out police reports. The first time a police report mentions anything about a carotid restraint wasn't until April of 2023. Prior to that, Detective Valentin had a conversation with the replacement, Dr. Mott, a replacement for Dr. Howard after he had retired, to see if his opinions would be any different. It wasn't until after that sometime in his police report there's a mention of carotid restraint. But you'll hear that there is no damage to the highway. There is no petechia. She just had her nails done. There is no DNA or samples from Dan under her fingernails. There is no defensive wounds from being restrained that Miss Howard put on Dan. You hear that she took a bath every night. You also hear that night she had an iPhone, and it, like a lot of iPhones, it keeps track of your steps. You'll see that she went up the floor to her nightly routine, took a bath. You'll see that at one point, about 10-11-ish, she took 43 steps. There's a wet towel in the bedroom. Her purse was now in the bathroom where she normally kept the gun. 43 steps. The bath mat was wet, but nothing else around was wet. Just the bathroom. 43 steps. You will hear that from one of the defense experts, that Dr. Desmond, that when he examined the evidence and the scene, that it is consistent. The body position, the mechanics, the gun placement is consistent with suicide. We talked about Philip Painter, Dr. Hanger. You'll hear about some of the things that would lead to suicide. Dr. Hanger will testify that a person who's trying to break off from alcohol is susceptible to suicide. You'll hear that she is not content with her body. She is struggling with whether she wants to leave Dan even after everything went down. In fact, what you will hear is that her brother and her got in a huge fight. The last text that Miss Howard sent was to her friend Tana about how her brother had blocked her because they got in a fight, brother. So during all this investigation, members of the state investigators, Ms. Marhofer, was going through the phones. While going through the phones, she came across a photo from about 7 months prior, from July of 2020. This photo has a large bruise that kind of trails up to the center. Also, she has a bruising on her arm and some red. She has sent her paramour, her secret lover, Mr. Prado, and her friend Michelle messages around that time. And she never specifically says Dan did it. But you'll hear that 2 other people were present. Neighbors who saw her when they were there, their neighbors, and they were loading up the boat to go to Dorshak. Dan and Kenny were loading up the boat. And she had slipped on the step that leads to the front of the boat where the trolling motor is. On the 10th of July, law enforcement was called. And you may hear that call, and you can make your observations about that call. But she's calling and is hysterical. I think Dan committed suicide. I heard a gunshot. Here, it is very common for Dan to fire guns, and he's a large parcel in Apple to fire guns. And so I don't know if we'll have an answer why that would surprise her. But law enforcement shows up, and she specifically denies any physical abuse. They are in Dorshak, and you'll see pictures of them at Dorshak, loving, in a bathing suit, bruise showing. But that is the basis of the battery charge. During this time, Dan, for several years, has been working in construction. First in North Dakota, then in Alaska. He's working in the oil fields. 3 weeks on, 2 weeks off. Dan and Kendi were on the rocks. He came back 2 days late. He worked an extra 2 days. When they came back, they talked about divorce. They had stopped at Curly's. They then went home. And later that night, 911 gets a call. Now, she was on the phone with her lover, who then got in touch with her parents. You'll hear that the differences between those two, between July when she called 911 to where she was on the phone with someone else to have someone else call. Law enforcement shows up. Again, it's not in dark clothing. He's in like these tan greenish khakis and a sweatshirt. Coincidentally, the same clothes that were in the washer a few nights later. Officers stay there. She packs a bag, a Victoria's Secret travel bag, and leaves. She comes back the next day, brings beer pizza. She spends the next 2 days, and they're filling out divorce paperwork. Ms. Howard is messaging her friends, saying he's being amicable, or he's we're dividing everything up. And you'll see photos of the paperwork that is partially filled out. Dan goes down with Brian on the first, and then on the second, they came back, and when they had a conversation, what's now on the paperwork is the new house. The house that was purchased is now on it. That was something that you'll hear about. What you'll see is Ms. Howard, when she was put in the body bag, they put bags on her hand to preserve for gunshot residue. They collected the gunshot residue. They sent it to the lab, but they didn't have the lab tested. We already talked about the DNA. The gun was not, the gun had someone else's DNA and her blood on it, but Dan is excluded from that gun. You'll see the blood amount. You'll hear that after a person is dead, the volume of blood will depend on a few variables, but generally blood will pump for, you'll hear around maybe a half second or a little more, depending on the cause and manner of death. But the heart stops pumping. Also, the position of the body, you'll hear that. Person's lying down, person's sitting up, person's slumped. Where the injury is it below the heart, is it above the heart? Here, you'll see the blood. The injury was to interoral, and you'll hear from both all the others that most interoral gunshot wounds are suicide. But the odd part is most interoral gunshot wounds have an upward trajectory. Now, this one, everyone agrees, is an even or slightly downward trajectory. But again, this is a different gun. And you'll hear from Dr. Desmond that one of the scenarios is that she held it with her thumb on the trigger, which would lower that angle of the gun. She also, you'll hear, has bruising on this hand from the impact of the gun. You'll see that her hand position and the gun position is consistent with suicide. When you see all the evidence, and we have concluded this case, the evidence is not impossible and has not been eliminated, and therefore we'll be asking you to find the defendant not guilty.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Statement calls for witness.
Before that happens, Your Honor, can we excuse the jury for just 5 minutes? Put something on the record.
Okay. All right. We'll send you back out again in just a few minutes. Minor not to discuss the case among yourselves.
Your Honor, I'm growing concerned. interject, but during opening statements, the defense alluded to this phone call and the belief that Mr. Howard may have shot himself, committed suicide. I do believe that was the topic of some pretrial litigation, and I believe there was a ruling on that. And the reason why I'm growing concerned is because twice now, during opening statements, the defense has disregarded court rulings. And this puts the state at a severe disadvantage. If I were doing that, this would be prosecutorial misconduct. But yet, this attitude that, well, I'm the defense attorney, I can get away with it, what's going to happen? It's going to be a mistrial, and we'll have to do this some other day. That attitude cannot be tolerated. The state has no remedy here except to ask for sanctions or to file a bar complaint. The court could file a bar complaint. I'm asking the court to admonish the defense to adhere to prior court rulings. The state is entitled to a fair trial just as much as Mr. Howard. And so I would ask the court to address that before we get into evidence. And this can't wait until whether or not the defense puts on a case in chief. The defense gets to ask leading questions on cross-examination. If Mr. Johnson is going to build hearsay and inadmissible evidence into his questioning of the state's witnesses, the jury's going to hear that before I get to object. And again, Your Honor, if this is going to be the attitude moving forward, or Mr. Johnson's tactics, the state is at a severe disadvantage. So I would just ask the court to please revisit with the defense prior court rulings and admonish them to follow those orders. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson.
Well, I guess first I'd like to be a little more specific of what he's referring to, because if he's referring to Detective Alton having a conversation during the course of the investigation, I did not refer to what Dr. Mott said, number one. I referred to a conversation that the Detective Alton had. That's within the scope. There's not been a pretrial motion on that. I don't think Dr. Mott himself has come up with a pretrial motion. We did not give an opinion or refer to an opinion of Dr. Mott. I referred to Detective Lowton's actions. He called or had a conversation with Dr. Mott regarding whether he disagreed with the autopsy. That's not subject to pretrial ruling. That's fair game and cross. That's an appropriate question. And if the answer is different than what I presented, then I look bad. If he did have that conversation, but we know he did because we had the police report.
I'm not sure that's what the concern is. I think it was maybe you could spell it out, but the references to,
Sure.
and I thought the pretrial ruling, I think it was actually Judge Meyer's pretrial ruling, was that the gunshot that caused Kennedy to call the police, it wasn't clear that it was a gunshot, and the state was prohibited from referring to this as a suicide attempt. And then you just opened that door wide open by referring to it as, well, this wasn't suicide, why should call the police? So I don't know that it's sanctionable as much as it just opens the door for the state to talk about it as probably not bound by that pretrial ruling anymore. So if you want to open that door, you did. So I'll say the state's no longer bound by that pretrial ruling. That prohibits the state from talking about it. I'm a little concerned, maybe not to the same level the state's argument, but that we had extensive pretrial motion practice and rulings. A lot of those were oral rulings, just given the amount of time and trying to get them done, but I at least reduced them to writing in terms of like granted, denied, etc., so everyone would be able to refer back to it. And so I do expect the parties to follow that and abide by the court's rulings on those things. Ms. Mortensen, am I correct that that's what you were referring to?
Yes, Your Honor, there was 12 B motions, and there was a written order from the court, and it was specifically regarding suicide attempt that mentioned on that phone call. So,
I think it was the state wasn't to refer to that as a suicide attempt or talk about that, but I would say that door is wide open.
and again, this is the attitude, well, that was the defendant's motion, and the defense is fine if that door is open now. That's a poor attitude to have in trial. It's evidence of disregarding the court's order. Again, if I had that attitude and I was opening doors that shouldn't be opened, if I was disregarding court orders, we'd be having a much different conversation right now. I would just like to point that out, Your Honor.
All right. Okay, let's bring the jury back up and proceed with the You be seated, thank you. Cindy calls first with us.
It's Ken Walton.
Thank you. Morning, sir. You'd step forward and please face my card and raise your right hand this morning.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes, I do. Thank you, sir. Welcome, have a seat there. Thank you. You may depart.
Thank you, Judge. Can you say your whole name and spell your last for us?
Kenneth Charles Lallin, L-A-L-L-A-T-I-N.
Mr. Loughton, what do you currently do for work?
Well, I'm currently working for Olo Builders, which is a national home building company. I was recently hired to manage their local office.
Before that, how were you employed?
With the Kootenai County Sheriff's Office as a detective sergeant.
At some point, did you retire?
I did.
When was that?
September 2023.
Can you describe for us your law enforcement career before you retired?
Well, for the last approximately 18 years, I worked in the detective division as a detective sergeant, investigating and supervising major crimes and crimes against persons, to include investigating death scenes, suicides, homicides, suspicious deaths, crimes against children, sexual assaults against adults, and I was also a member of the unit that investigated officer-involved shootings and other incidents of that nature, as well as one of my other responsibilities was to investigate and conduct internal investigations when there was accusations of wrongdoing by other peace officers.
In the Sheriff's Department, what did you do before that?
Well, before that, then I worked in the patrol division as a watch commander. Before that time, I was a supervisor in the backcountry Marine Division, and before that, I worked as a narcotics officer with the Joint Drug Task Force.
And before that, you worked with another law enforcement agency.
I worked for two.
Can you describe those?
Prior to Kootenai County, I worked for the Boundary County Sheriff's Office as a patrol deputy for a couple of years. Before that, I worked for the Natrona County Sheriff's Office in Casper, Wyoming.
So how many years total do you have with law enforcement experience?
Approximately 30 before retiring.
On February 2nd of 2021, did you become involved in the case involving Dan Howard?
Yes, I did.
Is he here today?
Yes, he is.
Can you please point him out, describe where he's seated, tell us what he's wearing?
Mr. Howard is seated at the defense table. He's closest to the jury. Gray jacket, light colored, possibly pink shirt.
Was this your case to begin with?
No, it was not.
Whose case was it?
It was Detective Sergeant Darrell Wheeler.
Ultimately, did it become your case?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because Sergeant Wheeler retired from the sheriff's office.
Nonetheless, were you active in the investigation even though it wasn't yours to begin with?
Yes, it was.
When you arrived at the Howard's residence, about what time was it?
I believe Sergeant Wheeler and I arrived at the residence about a quarter till midnight, 15 to 20 minutes before midnight.
Were you called out from home?
I was.
And was he as well?
Yes.
When you got to the Howard's residence, was there other Kootenai County Sheriff's Department people there already?
Yes.
Describe that.
Detective Jerry Northrup was parked outside the residence on the road awaiting our arrival. And at the residence and inside was Sergeant Sifford, who was a patrol watch commander, and approximately 5 other patrol deputies.
Are you familiar with the Howard residence?
Yes, I am.
Can you tell us what the address is?
30267 North Wheat Ridge Road, Athol, Idaho, Kootenai County.
Have you been there before?
I am.
Are you familiar with the layout of the home?
Yes, I am.
And the ground surrounding it?
Yes.
Let me show you some exhibits. They've been marked as 1, 2A, and 2B. I'll hand them to defense counsel first of all. Ask you if you recognize 1A and
Yes, I do.
B. Do you recognize that?
That is an aerial photograph of the Dan Howard property on North Wheat Ridge Road.
An accurate layout of the buildings on that property?
Yes, it appears to be.
And the next two are been marked as 2A and 2B. Take a look at those. Starting with 2A, will you recognize that to be?
That appears to be the floor plan of the main level of the Dan Howard residence.
And so by floor plan, you're referring to rooms, walls, closets, beds, furniture, that kind of thing?
That's correct.
And then 2B?
That would be the basement area of Dan Howard's residence at 30267 North Wheat Ridge Road in Athol, Idaho.
Again, showing the same items that 2A had.
Yes.
Does this appear accurate in terms of the layout and the furniture of the house was back in February 2nd, 2021?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
Move to admit 1, 2A, and 2B.
Still good. Exhibits 1, 2A, and 2B are admitted.
Move to publish the same.
You may publish.
Okay, we're looking at 1A. So it looks like North Wheat Ridge Road is the access point to the Howard residence. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Is US 95 close by?
it's several miles to the east of this location.
And looking down here, describe what we're viewing.
I'm going to use this.
Yeah, if you don't mind.
You can show me how to get it to work. Oh, there we go. So what we see here is down below, which is not in view of this particular photograph, is Highway 54 that runs east and west between Athol and Spirit Lake, Idaho. This right here is North Wheat Ridge Road, which runs north and south. And this is the property line, approximately, of the Howard residence. As you enter the main driveway, you have the residence to the left. This is the garage, and this is the main house here. There's also a shop located right here, and there are several outbuildings just directly to the west, or I guess northwest of the residence.
Okay. And then if you could do the same with 2A.
So if you enter the residence through the garage, which we did that evening, there's a man door right here that enters into the kitchen, dining room area. Then there's a living room with some furniture. There's a couch, a chair, I believe, right there. And then you can go downstairs from there. It's a split level style residence. And to the left is, well, I'm sorry, actually. So on here, on this particular drawing, you go upstairs to the residence. To the left are a couple of bedrooms. To the right is the master or primary bedroom with its own separate bathroom. And directly above the stairs going up is the other bathroom.
Before I show you B, let me ask you a few more questions about that night and 2A. So when you and the other detectives arrive, did you end up waiting there for a lengthy period of time?
Yes, quite a while.
Like how long, about?
From the time we arrived there, I would say we were at the residence total probably a good 8.5 hours, maybe 9 hours.
And what was the reason for much of that delay?
Waiting on the search warrant to arrive.
When you got there initially and you went through the garage and you go into the living room, tell us what you could see.
Well, when we arrived, we entered, I don't know, can you see that?
Yeah.
We had entered through the open garage door into the main door. When I walked in, I could see Dan Howard's seated in the living room area. There were some deputies in the residence. We were then directed upstairs where in this main central bathroom, I observed quite later, well, who I recognized to be Kendi Howard.
So you had met Kendi Howard prior to this date?
Yes.
And was Kendi Howard in that bathtub as depicted in 2A? Or at least approximately.
I would say that's a reasonable diagram.
Okay, and was she deceased?
She was.
Okay, after viewing Kendi, did you go back downstairs?
Yes.
Ultimately, did you at some point become familiar with not the main floor, but downstairs?
Yes.
What was depicted in 2A? I mean, excuse me, 2B. We'll take a look at that briefly, and maybe you can do the same thing that you've done with the other exhibits with that.
No, this doesn't doesn't seem to be working.
To get to this downstairs room, we're simply taking the stairs down.
Yes, like I said before, it's a split level residence or tri-level.
This would be the,
This would be the basement, so you go down to the left of the stairs. So when you get to the stairs, you have a choice on the main floor going right upstairs or to the left downstairs. If you take the left and you go downstairs, to the left and kind of straight ahead is a laundry room. There's a bedroom down there. And to the right is another family room area with a wood stove and a bar area. There's a couch, some chairs, and I believe a television down there.
okay, I think that does it for those exhibits. Let me ask you a couple more questions about any objects that you could see in the bathtub with Candy. Were there any?
Yes, there was.
What was it?
Most notably, I saw or observed a handgun to the right of her, laying at the bottom of the bathtub. And there was what appeared to be a spent shell casing on the bottom of the tub between her legs.
Was there still water in the bathtub?
There was water.
About how much approximately?
I couldn't tell you exactly right now how much was in there.
Were you able to see through this water and view those objects without taking them out?
Oh, yes.
Did you and Detective Euler end up waiting for that search warrant and then during the time the search warrant was executed, having a very lengthy conversation with Dan Howard? I guess it would be the early morning hours of February 3rd, 2021.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily categorize it as lengthy because we took some breaks in between while we were waiting for the search warrant, but yes.
Was it recorded?
Yes, it was.
And who recorded it?
Detective Sergeant Darrell Euler.
How?
Using a body camera that had both video and audio.
All right. During the entire time, essentially?
As far as I know, during the entire contact with Dan Howard, yes.
Okay, so those recordings are lengthy.
They are.
I just want to ask you some specific questions about that conversation that you and Detective Euler had with Mr. Howard. We're going to watch those recordings next week at some point, okay?
Okay.
All right, so I know you told us that you've met Dan Howard before. Have you talked with Dan Howard before?
Yes, I have.
Is Dan Howard the kind of person that looks you in the eye when he speaks to you?
Yes.
Would Dan Howard look you in the eye early that morning?
Objection, foundation.
Lay a little bit more foundation about his interactions that would lead him to make that foundation about.
How many times have you spoken with Dan Howard since you've known him?
Probably a couple.
When was the last time you had a conversation with Dan Howard?
Prior to this evening?
Yes.
Would have been probably 10 years before this.
And what was your relationship with Dan Howard back in 2014?
Objection, maybe a push on. Okay. Sidebar.
The other times that you've talked to Dan Howard were when?
Prior to that 10 years?
Prior to
Prior.
February 2nd, 2021.
It would have been about 10 years prior.
Okay, and about how long were those conversations that you had with him?
They're fairly lengthy.
So you've had substantial contact with him in the past, face-to-face?
Yes.
And in those prior contacts with him, would he look you in the eye?
Objection, found.
Okay. Yeah.
What, would he do that when you were talking to him on February 3rd in the early morning hours of his house?
No, not consistently.
What do you mean by that?
During our contact that evening, Dan made very little eye contact with me.
At times, did he make eye contact with you?
At times he did, yes.
And what was his emotional level at the times he made eye contact with you, during the times that he did that morning?
I would say he appeared to be frustrated or trying to explain something.
Objection, speculation.
Did you ask him initially what had been going on between him and Kendi?
Yes, I did.
What did he say?
He indicated that they had been having some problems.
Did he indicate to you whether or not they were speaking of divorce?
He did.
What did he say?
He said that they had been talking about divorce.
Did he give you a reason that he thought Kendi killed herself?
Yes.
What was that?
His reason that evening, explaining to Detective Euler and I, was that during the divorce paperwork that they were filling out, or he had filled out, he wanted to include a residence that she had made an offer on down in Camden, Idaho, and that she got very upset over the fact that Dan wanted to include that in the divorce.
Was this just simply a residence that she had put an offer on,
That's correct.
that she had not acquired?
She did not inquire, no.
And after or during the part where he gave you that reason that she killed herself, what did he tell you was the chain of events that occurred in terms of later on in the night? Did he indicate to you that she went up and took a bath?
Yes, he did.
And then?
That later at some point he heard what he described to us as a thud.
Okay.
He continued to fill out some paperwork, work on the paperwork, have a beer or several while watching television and doing some laundry.
Did he give you a time frame in terms of hearing the thud upstairs and him going to check on Kendi?
Ultimately, he estimated between 1 and 1.5 hours.
And what did he say he saw when he went upstairs to check in on Kendi?
That he found Kendi in the bathtub unresponsive.
And did he describe to you the condition or temperature of her body?
Warm. I'm sorry. Actually, I believe he told us that she was cold to the touch.
At some point in your conversation with Mr. Howard, did you ask him whether or not he had shot a firearm that day in conjunction with GSR testing?
I didn't ask him those terms.
At some point, did you use a ruse in speaking with Mr. Howard that involved gunshot residue testing?
Yes.
Why?
I wanted to see what his reaction was going to be.
Why?
Because at that point we were all suspicious of the circumstances of Kendi's death.
What is GSR?
It's known as gunshot residue, and it occurs when you fire a weapon and you're in close proximity to it. It's basically what's been described to me by scientists and experts.
Objection, hearsay. Response?
Well, I think he's just explaining his general understanding of the term.
Overall, this isn't offered to definitively define it for the jury, but just his understanding of what this testing will involve.
So GSR is the powder and residue when you fire a gun. It's fine like flour, and it sticks to pretty much everything in proximity to that firearm when it's shot.
And is it something that you've utilized in your career?
Yeah, I have in the past, early on, but it's not something that we've used for many years.
Why is that?
Basically because it's described as junk science.
Objection, hearsay. And found response.
Yeah, it's just why he doesn't use it anymore. It's not for the truth of the matter, asserted Judge.
Again, I'll limit that for the jury, that he's not testifying as an expert as to gunshot residue, he's just explaining why he no longer uses it.
To your knowledge, will any state lab in the country accept GSR testing?
Not one that I'm aware of, no.
Later on in the interview, did that topic of GSR testing or that issue come up in terms of whether or not he had shot a gun?
Yes.
Can you run us through that, please?
I asked Mr. Howard if there was any reason he would have GSR on his person, on his hands or his body.
His response?
After a pause, he indicated that he had shot one of his handguns earlier that same day. Approximately, I believe, between 3:30 and 4 o'clock, somewhere around there.
And then did you and other detectives take some steps to actually engage in GSR testing?
Yes.
Why?
Because I had mentioned it, basically. And so one of the other detectives on scene went ahead and swabbed him for GSR.
Did that provoke any responses from Mr. Howard that caught your attention?
Yes, it did.
Describe that.
As we were all standing out there in the driveway of his residence, he had shoved his hands in his front pants pockets and were shaking them, rubbing them back and forth in a very fast manner. To the point where one of the other, Detective Euler had to ask him to stop doing that.
At a point in the investigation, did you allow Mr. Howard to tell his family about what had happened earlier in the night?
Yes, we did.
About what time do you think that was?
I believe it was after 6 a.m. approximately.
Why had you waited so long?
One, we were waiting for the search warrant to get there. We didn't want any additional family members showing up on scene, and we don't have to deal with any other issues, because we didn't know what the state of their mind was going to be.
Were you there when he called family members?
Yes, I was not there for the initial first, I believe, 2, but I did witness and observe at least one of them.
Which one was that?
That would have been with his stepdaughter, Brooke.
When he called Brooke, were you there?
No, I believe he was downstairs with Detective Euler at that time.
When she called Dan back, were you there?
Yes, I was.
And were you there to hear whatever you could hear over the phone from her?
I could hear it from across the room.
And were you there to hear his responses?
Yes, I was.
Who spoke first when she called Dan?
I don't recall who spoke first. I believe it was probably his stepdaughter,
Can you describe the conversation for us to the best of your memory?
She was angry, she was upset, and she immediately accused Dan of killing her mother.
And Dan's response?
He was visibly shaken and upset and denied it.
Anything else to that conversation?
I mean, that was the gist of it. She accused him, and he denied, and from that point on, he was pretty upset.
So this investigation, can you kind of give us general outlines of it? Did it involve execution of search warrants?
I guess it did. Quite a few.
About how many and what sorts of businesses or institutions?
Well, we did an initial search warrant that evening. There was a second search warrant at the residence later, approximately almost 2 weeks later, I believe. And then from that point on, there was at least 12 to 15, 16 more search warrants that were written to various locations, banks, Idaho State Tax Commission, Percy, Kootenai Health, places of that nature.
All right. Places where there would be records involving Dan and Kendi?
That's correct.
You were obviously working the investigation, and the coroner came back with the undetermined on the autopsy.
I don't think I was actually still personally involved in the investigation during that time frame.
When you became involved in it, were you aware of that undetermined by the coroner?
Yes, it was.
Did the investigation, at least from your perspective, when you took it on, continue?
Yes, it did.
Why?
Well, because of one, the initial response to the scene, the incident that took place on the 29th prior to Kendi's death, Dan's reaction that evening, observations that were made not only by myself, but literally by every other officer that was on scene that night. The inconsistent statements from Dan that evening, the inconsistent, basically, crime scene or death scene where Kendi Howard was located. There was concerns about injuries located on her person and her body that were also not consistent whatsoever with what Dan had tried telling us earlier.
In the investigation, after search warrants were executed on various banks and the assessor and things like that, did the Sheriff's Department develop a possible motive?
Yeah, yes, we did.
What was that?
Couple of things. One, anger over Kendi's affair, and probably the bigger one was the money.
Did the investigation go to the area of Kendi's mental health at that time?
Yeah, absolutely. That was taken into account from day one.
And was that a consideration in this investigation going forward, even though the coroner had ruled it undetermined?
Yes, it was.
Why is that?
Well, because we had to rule out that she didn't commit suicide, that she wasn't suicidal, that she wasn't depressed.
That's your foundation. I understood that was, you're asking why they continue to investigate.
Correct.
So I'll overrule the objection.
No further questions.
Thank you. Cross-examination, Mr. Johnson.
Sure, we can take it. I know the jury's been out a few times, but you all haven't been, so we'll take a 5 to 10 minute break for humanitarian purposes. We'll be at recess. I'll remind the jury once again not to discuss the case among themselves or one of any aspects. All right, let's be back in 10 minutes.
Do you want me to do it first or you?
It'd be great if you could just get it super quick, but if you're locked and loaded, so Ellis hasn't come in. Thank you.
Yeah, here. Do it quick.
And it's white, so everything is on there.
Okay, great.
Yeah, mine's the same.
I'm like, you're recording such a long thing right now. Oh my god. Where's yours pulled up? Here.
There's long chunks, like I usually go like one long clip, but like there's clips because of the breaks in the jury issue. So. So movies aren't going to be here tomorrow. Oh, here the rest of the week. I know Gateway will be cool, but I don't know when. Is that the right path for it? No. Can I just? Yeah, here.
3 years, grades 5 years. Well, we did that, and then so.
That's one. Yeah, Gabe will probably think of it now. Just like now that we're done with the Gary, like bring the boxes. Yeah, once you guys have a great setup too. Yeah. Yeah, I just today
What kind of boxes?
that's not like a box, but it's like a feed game. Yeah, because Alyssa's camera is the same as. I don't even. Can you do the box? She's talking about like the splitter for the video cable. Gabe just keeps going. Gabe for sure does.
Yeah, I can bring one to your station.
Yeah, so Gabe's our chief photographer, but he was at the Gary trial.
Just so it doesn't die on me right before.
Yeah, so we'll be pulling off. I think Paul said Wednesday this week, but I don't know. It'll be for sure be tomorrow. I think we're. I said
Oh my God,
tomorrow
no,
Wednesday. So yeah, I'm not sure. I'm assuming
Not
usually
sure.
when we do pool,
It probably should be fine.
but I don't know.
I mean, it's like
Okay.
it's like 10%.
But no quorum will be coordinating all of that, so we'll probably send out an email later today. Okay. Just in case if I need the other team. I'm not here. Okay.
I just like wanted to fight me the day
Yes.
because I've literally
I'll
charged it
tell him
twice.
I'll text him now, say, hey, can you
They're just
coordinate
like,
for the rest
oh
of the
wait, does that have like, oh, does it have like this type of plug-in? Like to do the box?
Because you know we record all the time.
Oh my god, wait, yeah.
I'm the chief photographer.
Oh wait, no, we've, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bouncing everywhere, so.
But you're on the right track.
Yeah.
I'm out of town for career fair this Friday. So,
Yes.
depending on how content goes.
Yes.
Just kind of keep
And that would be if you're in the middle of transferring.
And then tied. Because then what if it like takes up way more
all the career fair days.
I am.
Bringing an extension
Alright.
power cable because we have
I have to head out though after.
okay,
Right now.
and an extension like a power strip for like multiple.
Yeah, no, everything's basically already written. Yeah, well, look live facade, but then, yeah, package for whatever. So, it'll be. No, we only have a 5 and, well, we do have an 11, but, we write like just a VO of facade, yeah. But, no, they don't rerun like their packages or anything. Yeah, I know, I'm
fresh. I had to do it in like 2 batches because sometimes when we do it like all together, it says like there's not enough space. But when you do it separately, for whatever reason, it's like, you know what? There is enough space. I can find the space to put it. These are not structurally sound. You're going right in front of the courthouse. Yeah. You still have to go for it. Yeah, exactly. And they edit it for you. She'll be editing it for me. Laptop editing, fun. One time, oh no, Hunter, you haven't been here yet, but like when the police, all the police lost power, somebody hit a power line, and they lost it for like, I think they had like, wait, really? Not here, it's up by Moscow, actually in Moscow as well, and in Pullman. Construction workers hit an Avista power line, and everybody, like I think it was like tens of thousands of people lost power. And it was, I had to turn a pack, and I think I had like 33 minutes to turn a pack. I was like, and remote edit. I was like, this is, how could you even do it? Like, power gone. Well, we had our own power thing, but going live, I was like, I sent my script back to the office, and I was like, can somebody please look at, like, I literally am going live in 3 minutes. This is already tracked, but, like, just, whoops. I rewatched it, and like at one point there's like a pan. I was like, okay, well, fun. The adrenaline of it all. Chest pains. Yes. Laptop editing, though.
I don't know either.
Pull up your File Explorer. Or like just like the folder and
Private or?
Yeah. And then go to AVCHD, click in, and then stream, and then all the clips in there. Just do like a Control A. Oh yeah, I'll be in. I don't have a live show, but it's okay. It's not a problem. That's okay, we can't use the whole thing. Like, I can't use the whole trial anyway. Yeah. I take notes.
Yeah, how do you go about that?
A lot of trials, I don't even have a camera. I take notes. Pages and pages of notes. Yeah. Like, this is fine. We already know that we're going to get what we can get. Because you guys have to do what you have to do.
I am leaving.
Yeah. So I just didn't know if y'all had a video front. Listen, I don't know what Lot Crime are, but they do know that locals are doing pool, and they know the situation that they have their shows.
I mean, Q has cameras that can on it too, but
no,
I don't.
We don't.
Yeah.
I mean, the openings are done, so that's the bread and butter. Yeah, it's great to have the detective, though, of course. But
Okay, we're at 35%.
nice.
I have another card in here, so as long as I just get it back from you.
Yeah. I'm like 128. Ooh. I only got a 32 gigabyte card, which is kind of tiny.
That's what they give you.
I don't know, honestly. I jumped in at a weird time, and I've been going since. I'm like, whatever's working works.
You really don't have time to stop and think about things.
No, but like some of our reports have bigger cards. I guess you should just ask one.
So, do you know if Law and Crime have a problem if they have to leave to do their shows? And we don't get everything? I mean,
That's fine.
it's not like it's been...
I know that I need to stay the whole time. I'm just wondering like where everybody else is at.
I think they know that...
We're here till 5, guys. We're here till 5. One less panic deadline for me. Yes, but I mean, I'm at the mercy of just being here, so there's no push.
They're cool about it. You don't have to sit down.
This is
They're
the
not-
chief
I already told them, like,
reporter.
Because they already... I know, I didn't see the title, but...
She's the big dog.
So I just told them, like, my camera running without 5.
Wow, I've never heard of such nice management. That's amazing.
Mine is just, We won't right now.
Yeah, so you're welcome. Hopefully your flags are strong.
Thank you.
Strong.
I'm gonna crash.
Berman and Amanda Riley, the break on the floor.
Yeah. I'm literally gonna crash edit in my car, like so fast. And I literally hate crash editing on Premiere. Like we use Avid otherwise, and it's very easy to crash edit on it. Premiere's too, like I can just, it's just too much. It's like otherwise Avid you can just hit buttons and it does it for you. Alright, 85. Run out before it's
They're going to be across and like right.
Yeah, I was honestly, I didn't realize we're getting into testimony. I guess I just haven't really followed.
I mean, it's too late. If there's time on the clock, like they're just gonna just go.
Keep going. Okay.
So double check it. If it's already gone through, I would like pull it into like your program, make sure like it's got it.
I mean, as long as it's really on like my desktop and I can I'll just open it.
Yeah, or open a file. Yeah.
Usually it works fine. Yeah. Oh, beautiful. Oh, beautiful camera work. You're welcome.
You're gonna have like a bobbing ball head.
I'll eject this.
Amanda. So I just texted Noah, and he said, I think that we're alternating with them starting tomorrow.
All right.
So I will.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll shoot an email out to
All right. And thank you.
Yeah, I'm not in that thread, Noah is in that thread, so I'll get him to confirm everything. But as of right now, I think that's the plan. But we'll send an email confirming everything. Sounds good.
Thanks. I'm screwed. It's okay.
It'll be great.
It's okay. I already wrote my script, so I'm fine.
Oh, yeah.
I might see you guys. I might not. I don't know if I plan this, but bye.
Yeah, exactly. But for, yeah, I'm just like, and tomorrow. She's coming back tomorrow. Or it's compared to that's awesome. I'm so nice too. Yeah, you have to try. Yeah. I feel like we're talking. Oh, yeah.
So, media people, apparently you guys are still broadcasting and the audio is going out when the judge is off the bench because there's another clerk watching the entire proceedings.
We're not broadcasting law crime, is that?
So, when the judge, the audio is picking up the audio and transmitting it when the judge is off the bench. So it's just general chit-chat amongst them. He does not want that. So anytime that the judge is not on the bench, if he's out of the room, turn off the audio. He doesn't want any audio getting picked up.
Like when they're doing the slide?
No.
That's
When he's, no. He doesn't have a problem with that. Sidebars are fine. And even when the jury is in the back room and they're discussing things with the attorneys, like right now, when the judge is not in here and everybody's just kind of commingling, talking, general chit-chat, he does not want that audio going out.
He's not on the, yeah, two things. We're not,
Go ahead.
So when he's not on the bench.
Like right now, he's in the back.
Yeah, that's totally fine. I just, my stuff's all internal, so I'm not broadcasting.
Okay,
Nothing's being broadcast or shared. It's literally going into a camera and into a saving device, so we're not impacting any audio.
Okay.
I have a wireless mic up there, but it's going straight to my camera. That's not going anywhere outside this room. Yeah.
Well, apparently it is because somebody's watching one of the clerks outside of it.
Well, there's a Zoom. That's not. Well, our photographer, KHQ, is outside cutting audio, but that's stuff that's already been recorded from just before, up until the break. Is it? There's nothing that's live. There's nothing that's live. That's all been recorded. Everything up until the break. If I can ask her to put in headphones, but it's nothing live that's happening right now.
But we'll make sure to do that moving forward, for sure. We'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah, if he's not on.
Absolutely.
If he's not sitting up there, then.
And yeah, we don't.
All right.
We don't need that.
There's nothing. It's not exciting anymore.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I got like really nervous. I was like, wait a minute, this is only me.
All rise.
Let's bring the jury in. seated. Sorry, I said 10 minutes and then something else came up and just went on. All right, cross-examination, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So, how long did it take you to become a detective?
From the time I started my career, it would have been 93. I was a narcotics detective in 99.
Okay.
Then had a break and went into major crimes in 2000. January 2006.
Okay. Is there, what kind of, were you a patrol officer before that?
Yeah.
What kind of different things did you have to learn from being a patrol officer to become a detective?
Well, there's all sorts of things. Various classes, basic academies for detectives, advanced academies
For detectives?
for detectives.
This stuff that patrol officers don't do?
It's open to most patrol officers, but many don't attend.
And is there a difference between, say, investigating, being a narcotics detective? Do you learn different things from being a homicide detective or a major crimes detective?
Well, the basic concepts of investigations is really the same. But yes, the nature of the investigation is different.
How much training did you have to go through, starting with the narcotics detective? How much training did you have to do to become a detective?
Well, I didn't necessarily have to do any of the training to become a detective. It was an appointed position.
Okay. But to stay a detective, you had to complete training?
Well, every peace officer has to do so many hours of training every year to keep their certifications.
Okay. Let me rephrase. How long did you take in hours or coursework to become as a detective before you retired?
How many hours of training did I complete during my time as a detective?
Yes, ballpark.
I would say anywhere from probably 750 to 1,000, and that would be a real rough ballpark.
Hours?
Yeah.
Okay. And in there, is it fair to say your knowledge of a crime scene and the investigation that goes into it is more extensive now than when you were a patrol officer?
Oh, absolutely.
In part of your investigation, you pulled Mr. Howard's records as when he was former law enforcement, correct?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that last part.
As part of your investigation, one of your search warrants was to receive the records for Mr. Howard's time at the police force?
Yes, I did serve a search warrant on Idaho Post and obtained all of his records.
Patrol Officer Howard was never a detective, correct?
That's correct.
You don't have any record of him attending crime scene homicide investigation, correct?
That's correct.
Now, in your extensive training and experience, you're taught to fill out police reports?
Yes.
You're taught to include all relevant information as it relates to your investigation?
Yes.
So in this case, there are, with all the different officers, there's 46 supplements to this police reports, ballpark?
I would say that's a pretty close or accurate depiction.
And for instance, supplements 31 through 46 are all yours, correct?
All but one, I believe, yes.
And so when you fill out, for instance, a search warrant for Bank of America records, you might wait till you get those records back and then fill out one report that encompasses both days, right?
I don't understand what you're asking.
Meaning every phone call or every day is not necessarily a separate report, correct?
No.
But everything that's relevant, you include.
Yes.
Okay. You filled out a police report of your interactions with Mr. Howard on the morning, early morning into the morning of the 3rd of February, 2021.
That's correct.
In that police report, you never mentioned Mr. Howard having issues with him looking at you during your conversation, correct?
No, I don't believe I put that in my report.
In your police report, you never mentioned Mr. Howard supposedly putting his hands in his pockets and robbing him, correct?
That's correct.
Now, did you participate in the first search warrant?
As far as processing the scene?
Yes. Okay. Who processed the scene to your knowledge?
Detective Jerry Northrop was in charge of the processing the scene, and Detective Chris Kirkman assisted him.
Okay. Now, there was a second search warrant conducted on the premises in February that same month.
That's correct.
Were you present there?
Only for portions of it.
Okay.
I, again, did not participate in the actual processing of the scene.
What search warrants did you apply for?
Well, I don't have the list in front of me. The one that I applied for would have been, on the top of my head, it would have been some bank records. It would have been bank records, Percy, that would have been Dan Howard's retirement information, would have been Kootenai Health for Kendi Howard's employment and insurance information. There was several different financial institutions. Idaho Post. I'm sure there were some others.
Now, you and Detective Northrop went up to Alaska together?
No.
Was it you and Oil? You and Detective Oiler went up to Alaska, and part of what you were looking for was to see if Mr. Howard was having an affair?
That was part of it. There was more though.
During your conversation with Dan, there was mention of him coming home a couple days late?
Yes.
And your understanding from the conversation was that he worked a couple days late, a couple days over.
That's correct.
You confirmed that he did in fact work a couple days late up in Alaska, correct?
Yes, we did.
During that time, also, in your police report, you say that his co-workers didn't have anything of evidentiary value or significance?
Correct.
Did any of them describe seeing Dan as sorrowful?
I don't recall that, no.
Now, in the course of your investigation, what other things did you interact with some of the experts for the state in this case?
Yes.
Did you interact with a Dean Livingston?
I don't believe I did. Not that I recall.
during this course of, so to the timeline wise, do you have your reports there?
No.
Okay. Are you familiar enough with the timeline that you're able to answer ballpark dates?
I think so.
So early on, a decision was made to send items of evidence to Washington State Patrol, correct?
That's correct.
That was probably to avoid, since Mr. Howard had previously worked for ISB, as to avoid any perceived impropriety.
Yeah, but I feel it's necessary to let you know that I was really not part of that decision-making, as I was not in charge of the investigation at that time.
When did you become lead?
Wasn't until after July of 2021.
And did you review all the reports and emails and correspondence in the file for the few months prior to you taking lead?
To the best of my knowledge, I did.
And did you review the evidence that came back in this case?
I did.
In fact, somewhere around August of 21, you did an evidence review where you went and looked at the physical evidence?
That sounds about right.
After that time, so sometime in September, you obtained a warrant for Kenny's optical records?
Yes, from Costco.
Okay. And after that, so this is now 7 months removed from her passing?
Correct.
And in 22, the year 22, what did you do as lead investigator for this case?
During the entire year?
Well, what steps? You just hit the major milestones of what you did in 22.
Well, without reviewing my reports, I couldn't sit here and tell you exactly everything that I did during that year.
Okay, so you filed for a warrant for medical records for Ms. Howard in December of 2021, correct?
Say that again?
You filed for a warrant for Ms. Howard's records in December of 2021.
I believe that's correct.
And that's the type of thing that you would fill out a police report for, correct?
Yes.
And you did in this case.
I believe I did, yes.
The next police report that you fill out is in August of 22, correct?
That sounds about correct, yes.
Okay. And that was where you go to the medical examiner's office in Spokane and review the tongue.
I believe that was 23.
Okay.
You said 22?
Well, 8/23/22.
Yeah, I believe that was in August of 23.
So after he was charged?
I'm sorry?
After he was charged?
No, I'm sorry, 22.
Okay.
Correct.
So August 22.
Yeah, I've been retired for a while.
So between December of 21 and August of 22, there's no police reports that you filled out, correct?
That's correct.
What did you do to investigate during that time?
Well, during that time, I was working other cases, for one thing. I had other responsibilities.
Okay.
And it was during that time frame, we were waiting for information to come back, and we were also working with various expert witnesses.
Okay. When you say we, you were working with them?
Myself and other investigators that were still involved with the case.
Which witnesses were you working with? What made you, strike that. After August, the next police report you have is in January 23, correct?
I believe that's correct, yes.
And that was a search warrant for a different bank records, correct?
Yeah, I believe that was the one out of Cammy.
Then also that month you filled out a police report in January of 23 where you had a phone call with the Dr. Mott, correct?
Was that January of 23 or 22?
January 23.
Yes, that's correct.
And the purpose of that phone call is Dr. Howard had retired at that point, correct?
Yes.
Was it your what was your understanding of what were you trying to have him review?
Well, him as a her, Mackenzie Mott was a female. And I believe Mackenzie Mott called me as a follow-up. What we're looking for is there was concerns and inconsistencies with the original autopsy.
Okay. And those concerns were your concerns?
They were made my concern, yes.
And then after that, in April, you fill out a police report where you mention in the course of an interview a carotid restraint, correct? That's April of 23. A carotid restraint?
I believe so, yes.
And that's the first time in a police report that you have mentioned carotid restraint, correct?
That's correct.
Now, going back to the day of Kenny's passing, when you were there, Mr. Howard was watched by Deputy Wheeler the whole time, correct? Do you understand?
I don't know if it was strictly Deputy Wheeler, but he was generally in the presence of one of the officers while we were there, yes.
So you, Detective Euler and Detective Northrop, you come in and out at different times, but you're also calling Detective Hollenbeck, correct?
No.
Okay. You're checking on the status of the warrant?
Yes.
And Detective Hollenbeck applied for one? Okay. We'll get to that. The warrant, but while you were out there, there were other officers. How many officers were present in the house?
Well, when we first arrived, I believe there was 5 or 6 officers on scene. Not all of them were in the house. But there was 5 or 6 there. As the evening went on, some of those officers left. So we had 1 or 2 there, I believe.
Okay. Now, when you overheard Kenny's daughter emotional on the phone, you accused Dan of killing his wife, correct?
Yes, I did.
That's when you made up your mind?
No.
No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Redirect, Mr. Gregory.
Thank you. Council asked you about, in any of your reports, did you mention specifically one of the ones on February 2nd, whether or not Mr. Howard was looking at you in the eye? Remember that question?
Yes.
And you said no. Why is that?
Why did I say no? He wasn't?
Why didn't you mention it in your report?
Well, one, Detective Euler was also filling out a report on that. And the other part of that is the entire contact was captured on video.
You also, in talking with counsel, mentioned that every law enforcement officer, every post-certified patrol officer in Idaho has at least so many hours of investigation. Is that accurate?
Yeah, every police officer has so many hours of investigations that they receive at post.
Can you give us a little more detail about that?
Well, it's basic training in investigations. Some agencies, like Idaho State Police, has additional investigative academy that they attend that is solely pertains to investigations.
You patrol
Traffic.
officers get trained in the basics of DNA,
Yeah.
fingerprints,
Yes.
ballistics.
Yes.
Counsel also asked you about your report and whether or not you had mentioned that Mr. Howard put his hands in his pockets and vigorously wiggled them after he was braced with the GSR topic. Remember that question?
Yes.
Was there another deputy, nonetheless, that did document in his report?
Yes.
Who was that?
Detective Darrell Oyler.
No further questions.
Thank you, sir. You may retake your seat. Next witness.
Janice Wadsworth.
Sorry, I couldn't quite hear you.
Janice Wadsworth.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am. If you come forward, I'll have you face my clerk, and please raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you. You got a seat right there.
Ma'am,
As best you can, I'll just have you scoot forward a little bit, make sure you're talking to the microphone. You may inquire, Ms. Lawrence?
Forgive me, was she sworn in?
She's sworn in, but I haven't got her name for the record.
Ma'am, could you please state your name for the record, and would you spell that?
Janice Wadsworth, Janice Wadsworth.
And ma'am, how are you employed?
I work for Hood County Sheriff's Office as an emergency communications officer.
Is an emergency communications officer often referred to as a 911 dispatcher?
Yes,
Okay. And how long have you been employed in that fashion?
over 7 years.
Okay. And were you working as a dispatcher on July 10th, 2020?
Yes.
And could you please tell the jury what exactly a dispatcher does?
I answer 911 calls and admin calls, dispatch law enforcement, fire, and medical throughout County County.
Okay, so as a dispatcher, these 911 calls come in, and you said you answer calls for different agencies, like police, paramedics, fire. And when these calls come in, do you work with a software system that helps you?
Yes.
And what is that software system called?
It's called CAD, Computer Aided Dispatch.
So CAD is CAD, Computer Aided Dispatch. And are you able to, when you're on the phone with a 911 caller, how are you using CAD?
I enter the call in for the responders, entering the address and the details of the call for them to see on their computers as well.
Okay, so when you're on the phone with a 911 caller, you're putting notes into CAD?
Correct.
And you said it's for the responders?
Yes.
And who are the responders?
Law enforcement, fire, EMS, whoever's with them.
Do law enforcement, fire, EMS responders have CAD in their vehicles?
Yes.
So this CAD system, are they able to read your notes as you're putting them in while you're on 911?
Correct.
Okay. And so while you're on the phone with somebody calling 911, you're in constant communication with responders?
Yes.
And while you're at work as a dispatcher, you're using CAD, do you have anything else at your disposal that you can record the 911 calls?
Yes.
Is that CAD or is that something different?
There's different programs we use, but the phone calls are recorded, as is my screen and everything.
Okay, so the audio of the 911 calls, that they get recorded as well?
Correct.
Okay. And does that system, any of the systems you use, record the date and the time of the 911 calls?
Yes.
Okay. When you were working on July 10th, 2020, were those systems all working?
To my knowledge, yes.
And did you receive a phone call, a 911 call on July 10th, 2020 from a Candy Howard? Okay, and do you recall what time of the day that came in?
By 9 p.m.
9 p.m. about? Okay. And have you had a chance to go back and listen to that 911 audio? Okay. May I approach Your Honor?
You may.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 4A. That's a CD, correct? Are you aware or familiar with the contents of that CD?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is the 911 audio of the phone call you referenced.
Okay. And have you had a chance to listen to that?
Yes.
And is it true and accurate to your knowledge?
Yes.
And I'm going to go ahead and talk to counsel real quick. Ma'am, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 4B. Are you familiar with that exhibit?
Yes.
And what does that appear to be?
This is the, I'm sorry, I'm going to say script, but I know that's the wrong word.
Transcript?
Transcript, yes.
Transcript of
Of
what?
the 911 call
Of the 911 call?
that we are trying to use.
And have you had a chance to read that transcript while you're listening to the audio?
Yes.
And do they match?
Yes.
So you testified that the audio is accurate. Is the transcript accurate as well?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to omit plaintiffs 4A and 4B at this time.
Any objection?
None, Your Honor.
Those are admitted.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to publish the audio for the jury, and as they listen to the audio, I'd like to have them follow along with the transcripts. So I've got copies for bailiff.
That's allowable, you may do that.
Here's as if all the jury members have copies. Your Honor, may I publish the audio?
You may.
you send responders to her location?
Yes.
And what responders were those?
Fire EMS were around, as well as law enforcement.
Okay, so sheriff's deputies and then fire and EMS? Okay.
called it out after. Okay. Is he responding to you? No. No. Okay. He's not responding to you, he's still walking in the field? I don't know where he went. Okay. Like he was in the field, but now you can't see him? He's in the house. It's David. He's in the house. Okay. Mr. Gerber. Yeah. Okay, so he was in the field last time you saw him? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and he was walking? Yeah, he's happy. I mean, it's a big thing. All day in our property. Okay, so he's okay? Yeah. Okay. So he's like, yeah. Okay, he's not talking to you? No. Okay. Is he able to hear you? I don't know. Okay. Do you still want one person to come out there and talk to him about what's going on? I think he's here, you guys. Okay, I understand that. So I'm going to tell law enforcement to come talk to him, okay? You don't see a gun on him anywhere? No, I can't see it. Okay. I know you heard the gunshot, so can you please try to get his attention, get him to come to the house? If he doesn't have a gun? Dad, is he there? Is he listening to you? Okay, okay. I'm just gonna have you go back to the house, okay? Okay. Well, if everything's okay, you're getting law enforcement coming to talk to him, okay? Hold on just a second. County, can I get the flyer? He's in the field. He's just not talking to her. He's walking around. Okay. Okay. Are you working off of danger right now? Are you still there? Can you hear me? Sam? Are you still there? Hello?
Your Honor, at this time I have no further questions from this witness. Thank you, Ms. Mortensen. Cross-examination, Mr. Johnson.
Just briefly, Your Honor. Good afternoon. So this was 7/10 of 2020? Okay. And you canceled fire and EMS, is that right? Law enforcement still showed up that day? Okay. No further questions, thank you.
Nothing further. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. You may sit down. Who's your next witness?
Judge, if I may, I do think we can do the next witness fairly quickly. However, in the interest of time and not excusing the jury, if we could just have just a very brief sidebar before we call that witness.
Sure.
State calls Andrew Mohawk.
Just for the jury, I figure let's just keep on pressing through and we'll stop right at 5. Obviously, I'm not going to keep you here past 5, so we'll stop in the middle of this witness's testimony and just take it back up and get to 1. Thank you, sir. If you could raise your right hand and be sworn in, please.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Thank you, sir. If you'd have a seat.
When you're settled.
I was just saying you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. If you could please state your full name and spell your last for the record.
Andrew Marcus Mohawk, M-O-H-A-W-K.
How are you employed?
Full-time patrol deputy with the Creedy County Sheriff's Office.
Were you so employed on July 10th of 2020?
Yes, I was.
At that time, were you a post-certified patrol deputy?
I was.
And is that standard law enforcement certification in the state of Idaho?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you dispatched on that day to an address in Apple?
I was.
Do you recall that address?
I do.
What is it?
30276 North Lee Bridge.
Do you recall what time of day you were dispatched?
I believe I was dispatched just before 9 p.m.
Why were you dispatched to that address?
The call initially came out as a possible suicide attempt.
When you arrived on scene, who did you make contact with?
I had made contact with the reporting party, Kendi.
Who else was on scene when you arrived?
I believe her son, Wyatt Howard, was on scene as well.
Was there another individual that you attempted to make contact with?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was that?
I attempted to make contact with Daniel Howard.
And was that based on the information that you had received?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe the efforts that you made to have contact with Daniel Howard?
Yes, a cell phone number was provided during the initial intake of the call, so I attempted to call that provided phone number twice.
When you made contact with Kendi Howard, what observations did you make of her demeanor?
Initially, I noticed she was distraught, and I believe she had just gone through something traumatic, and she was crying during the first contact.
When you made contact with her, you stated that this was about 9 p.m. in July. Is that correct?
That's correct. I believe when I arrived around 9:30.
Did you have made contact with her outside or inside?
Outside.
What was the weather, and by that I really mean the lighting, like at that point?
Very low light.
Were you able to make clear observations of the surrounding property?
I wouldn't say clear. I could see tree lines in a field, but no.
Did you ever go into the residence to look for Daniel Howard?
I did not.
Did you go into any shop or other outbuildings to look for Daniel Howard?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever observe either Wyatt Howard or Kendi Howard make contact with Daniel Howard?
I did not.
When you interacted with Kendi Howard, do you recall how she was dressed?
I don't.
Do you recall whether or not you ever spoke to Kendi Howard away from her son?
No.
And did she report any crimes to you?
She did not.
No further questions.
Thank you. Cross-examination, Mr. Johnson.
Good afternoon. Were you alone when you arrived? Or was there another officer with you?
There was another deputy with me.
Okay, who was that?
Deputy Franson.
And during this time, you asked about any physical injuries. She said she didn't have any, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And this was on 7/10 of 20.
Sorry, may I clarify that?
Yes.
I believe I asked if there was any physical contact during the argument.
And she said no, correct?
She said no, correct.
Okay. No further questions.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You may sit down.
I would stop at this juncture.
All right. All right. Went faster than I thought, but we'll, rather than take another witness with 7 minutes to go, We'll just break at this time for the day. Members of the jury, thank you again for your attention, your patience, and I'll remind you not to discuss this matter with yourselves or anyone else, nor form an opinion as to its merits until it's been submitted to you. Talk to my bailiff, or maybe they've already told you about where we'll be tomorrow at that courthouse and parking and all of that, okay? I'll look forward to seeing you there. We'll plan to start at 9 o'clock, so you show up just a little bit early so that you're here in your seats and ready to go. We'll kick things off at 9 o'clock. All right, thank you.